Artificial Intelligence Index Report 2026. Contents. Introduction. Top takeaways. 1. Research and development. 2. Technical performance. 3. Responsible AI. 4. Economy. 5. Science. 6. Medicine. 7. Education. 8. Policy and governance. 9. Public opinion. Appendix 2. 9. 12. 68 trillion, 126 billion, 171 million, 231,255, 288 billion, 323 million, 360,385. AIINDE-10 REPORT 2026. The AI Index is an independent initiative at the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. The AI Index was conceived within the 100-year study on artificial intelligence. Welcome to the 9th edition of the AI Index report. As AI continues to advance rapidly, the question becomes whether the systems built around it can keep up. Governance frameworks, evaluation methods, education systems, and the data infrastructure needed to track AI's impact are struggling to match the pace of the technology itself. That gap, between what AI can do and how prepared we are to manage it, runs through every chapter of this year's report. New in this edition, the report tracks how AI is being tested more ambitiously across reasoning, safety, and real-world task execution, and why those measurements are increasingly difficult to rely on. It also features new estimates of generative AI's economic value alongside emerging evidence of its labor market effects, an analytical framework on AI sovereignty, and a science chapter developed in collaboration with Schmidt Sciences. For the first time, the report features standalone chapters on AI in science and AI in medicine, reflecting AI's growing impact across these two domains. For close to a decade, the AI Index has worked to bring reliable global data to a field that is evolving faster than most efforts to measure it. The report equips policymakers, researchers, executives, journalists, and the public with the necessary evidence to make informed decisions about AI. As the technology moves deeper into classrooms, clinics, and legislatures, and reshapes how people work, learn, and govern, the cost of incomplete data continues to rise. In a field where much data is produced by organizations with a stake in the technology's success, the demand for neutral and rigorous measurement continues to grow. The AI Index remains independent and focused on revealing the long-term patterns underneath the headlines. The report is relied on by governments, research institutions, and companies around the world, and referenced by media outlets and in academic papers. The pages that follow offer the most comprehensive, independently sourced picture of AI's trajectory that is available. They also make clear where that picture remains incomplete, because what we cannot yet measure matters just as much as what we can. 2. Introduction. AIINDE-10 REPORT 2026. 3. A year ago, this report documented AI's arrival as a mainstream force. This year's data shows what happens after arrival. This is a technology that has reached mass adoption faster than the personal computer or the internet. Generative AI hit nearly 53% population-level adoption within 3 years. Leading AI companies are reaching meaningful revenue scale in a fraction of the time it took previous technology generations, and global corporate investment more than doubled in 2025. Organizational adoption rose to 88%, and early estimates suggest the consumer value of generative AI has grown substantially within a year. The data does not point in a single direction. It reveals a field that is scaling faster than the systems around it can adapt. Message from the co-chairs. INTRODUCTIONAIINDEX REPORT 2026. At the technical frontier, leading models are now nearly indistinguishable from one another. Open-weight models are more competitive than ever. But as models converge, the tools used to evaluate them are struggling to stay relevant. Benchmarks are saturating, frontier labs are disclosing less, and independent testing does not always confirm what developers report. The chapters that follow trace what this scale of activity and capability means in practice. In science, AI shifted from accelerating individual research steps to attempting full replacement of entire workflows. In medicine, clinical AI tools moved from pilot programs to broader deployment, with systems like ambient AI scribes scaling across health systems. Governments around the world acted on AI in 2025, but not in the same direction. The EU AI Act's first prohibitions took effect, while the United States shifted toward deregulation. Japan, South Korea, and Italy each passed national AI laws, and more than half of newly adopted national AI strategies came from developing countries entering the policy landscape for the first time. AI sovereignty emerged as a central organizing principle across all of these efforts. The public is also navigating competing signals. Global optimism about AI rose in 2025, but so did nervousness. The data does not point in a single direction. It reveals a field that is scaling faster than the systems around it can adapt. We encourage you to explore and decide for yourself. Yolanda Gill and Raymond Perot co-chairs, AI Index Report. For Anthropic OECD Jack Clark. Umlaw University Virginia Dignam. Stanford University Russ Altman. Northeastern University Carla Broadley. Stanford University Eric Brynjolfsson. Steering Committee. INTRODUCTIONAIINDEX REPORT 2026. JP Morgan Chase and Co-Tur Alliance. University of Minnesota. Bipin Kumar. Stanford University James Landay. Google University of Oxford. James Manica. Stanford University. Salesforce Juan Carlos Niebles. Stanford University Vanessa Parley. Stanford University AI21 Labs. Yov Shoam. Brookings Elam Tabassi. Stanford University Russell Wald. University of Washington. Dan Weld. UNSW Sydney Toby Walsh. Sarai International Raymond Perot. University of Southern California. Information Sciences Institute Yolanda Gill. Chair. CO Chair. Members. 5. How to cite this report. Shah Sajidiyya, Loredana Fadarini, Raymond Perot, Yolanda Gill, Vanessa Parli, Lapo Santarlasci, Juan Pava, Nestor Maslach, Russ Altman, Eric Brynjolfsson, Carla Broadley, Jack Clark, Virginia Dignam, Vipin Kumar, James Landay, Tura Lyons, James Menica, Juan Carlos Niebles, Yov Shoam, Elam Tabassi, Russell Wald, Toby Walsh, Dan Weld. The AI Index 2026 Annual Report, AI Index Steering Committee, Institute for Human-Centered AI, Stanford University, Stanford, California, April 2026. The AI Index 2026 Annual Report by Stanford University is licensed under Attribution No Derivatives 4.0 International. Public Data and Tools. The AI Index 2026 report is supplemented by raw data and an interactive tool. We invite each reader to use the data and the tool in a way most relevant to their work and interests. Raw data and charts. The public data and high-resolution images of all the charts in the report are available on Google Drive. Global AI Vibrancy Tool. Compare the AI ecosystems of 36 countries. The Global AI Vibrancy Tool will be updated by the end of 2026. Affiliated researchers. Undergraduate researcher. Stanford University Henry Zhang. Graduate researcher. Stanford University Sukrit Oak. Stanford University Nestor Maslach. Stanford University Juan Nicolas Pava. IMT School for Advanced Studies Luca Lepo Santarlasci. INTRODUCTIONAIINDEXREPORT 2026. Staff and researchers. Lead and Editor-in-Chief. Research Manager. Stanford University SHA Sajidiyya. Stanford University Loredana Fadarini. 6. INTRODUCTIONAIINDEXREPORT 2026. Supporting Partners. Analytics and Research Partners. The AI Index welcomes feedback and new ideas for next year. Contact us at shahid@stanford.edu. The AI Index is written by a team of human researchers. The authors use ChatGPT and Claude to help refine and copy edit drafts. All images in this publication were generated with AI by Johanna Friedman, Gemini 3.1, Gemini 3. INTRODUCTIONAIINDEXREPORT 2026. The AI Index would like to acknowledge the following individuals by chapter and section for their contributions of data, analysis, advice, and expert commentary included in the AI Index Report 2026. Introduction. Loredana Fadarini, Yolanda Gill, Vanessa Parli, Ray Perot, Shah Sajidiyya. Research and Development. Usman Anwar, Theo Byrne, Emily Chun, Rachel Cook, Jean Stanislas Denine, Meredith Ellison, Loredana Fadarini, Nicole Finn, Isabella Flores, Yolanda Gill, Tom Hurd, Nabil Khan, James Landay, Shane Longpre, Nestor Maslach, Magdalena Ortiz, Khalifa Oyabanji, Orestes Papakiriakopoulos, Vanessa Parli, Ray Perot, Tom Piercy, Jennifer Rackford, Thomas Richardson, Vesna Sabaljakovic Fritz, Shah Sajidiyya, Lepo Santarlasci, Sebastian Sardina, Andrew Scher, Yov Shoam, Seth Paulsley, Daniel Weld, Kevin Su, Meg Young. Chapter 1. Science. Michael Clear, Stephen Dillman, Loredana Fadarini, Yolanda Gill, James Menica, Vipin Kumar, Minjun Ko, Suhas Mahesh, Vanessa Parli, Ray Perot, Shah Sajidiyya. Chapter 5. Medicine. Russ Altman, Peter Brodeur, Akshay Chaudhary, Mohammed Ahmed Tajamal Chaudhary, Jonathan Chun, Matthew DeVerna, Abdul Jalil Jibaru Mohamedou, Loredana Fattorini, Andrea Fisher, Ethan Go, Yolanda Gill, Jeff Hancock, Tina Hernandez Boussard, Malti Jensen, Rohan Kudli, Armin Cole, Sammy Coello, Alejandro Lozano, Danielle Luz, David Magnus, Stephen P. Ma, Bethel Miso, Fatim Nategi Herdasht, Madalena Ng, Natalie Pageler, Ayush Pundit, Vanessa Parli, Ray Perot, Sean Reardon, Ronald Robertson, Austin Schoeffler, Christoph Sadi, Shah Sajidiyya, Min Woo Sun, Koto Hatogami, Sang Chuang, Chong Wang, Dennis Wall, David Wu. Chapter 6. Education. Carla Broadley, Joshua Childs, Lisa Cruz Novohatsky, Loredana Fadarini, Yolanda Gill, Rachel Goins, Laura Hinton, Sonia Koshi, James Landay, Kirsten Lundgren, Jacqueline McCune, Vanessa Parli, Ray Perot, Shah Sajidiyya, Brian Twerek, Rebecca Zarch. Chapter 7. Economy. Tara Balakrishnan, Bharat Chandar, Eric Brynjolfsson, Ruyu Chun, Michael Chue, Heather English, Loredana Fattorini, Yolanda Gill, Bryce Hall, Heather Hanselman, Rosie Hood, Akash Kora, Elena Magrini, Nestor Maslach, James Menica, Rebecca Mild, David Nguyen, Catherine Ottenbreit, Vanessa Parli, Ray Perot, Courtney Prabhakar, Brittany Preston, Roger Roberts, Shah Sajidiyya, Lepo Santarlasci, Alex Singla, Alex Zukarevsky, Casey Weston, Henry Zhang. Chapter 4. Technical Performance. Eric Brynjolfsson, Loredana Fadarini, Yolanda Gill, Tasha Kim, Sammy Coello, Nestor Maslach, Juan Carlos Niebles, Sukrit Oak, Vanessa Parli, Ray Perot, Shah Sajidiyya, Yov Shoam, Toby Walsh, Daniel Weld, Henry Zhang. Chapter 2. Responsible AI. Gabriel Morgan Asafdi, Rishi Bamasani, Virginia Dignam, Loredana Fadarini, Yolanda Gill, Nestor Maslach, Catherine Ottenbreit, Vanessa Parli, Juan Nicolas Pava, Ray Perot, Brittany Preston, Cecile Princeton, Roger Roberts, Shah Sajidiyya, Lepo Santarlasci, Abby Stitcha, Elam Tabassi, Yuan Hao Zhou. Chapter 3. Contributors. INTRODUCTIONAIINDEXREPORT 2026. Policy and Governance. Virginia Dignam, Loredana Fatarini, Johannes Fritz, Yolanda Gill, Nestor Maslage, Vanessa Parley, Juan Nicholas Pava, Ray Perot, Shah Sajadia, Lepo Santerlassi, Cameron Sattery, Tyler Lennox Smith, Elam Tabassi, Russell Wald. Chapter 8. Public Opinion. Eric Brynjolfsson, Matt Carmichael, Zach Devlin Faltz, Loredana Fatarini, Nadia Fleckner, Yolanda Gill, Kanatra Murphy, Vanessa Parley, Juan Nicholas Pava, Ray Perot, Matt Reynolds, Shah Sajadia, Russell Wald, Henry Zhang. Chapter 9. The AI Index thanks the following organizations and individuals who provided data for inclusion in this year's report. The AI Index also thanks Jeanina Matthias, Nancy King, Carolyn Lehman, Shauna Lynch, Jonathan Mindes, and Johanna Friedman for their help in preparing this report. Christopher Ellis and Madeline Wright for their help in maintaining the AI Index website. And Annie Benish, Mark Goff, Caroline Meinhardt, Drew Spence, Casey Weston, and Daniel Zhang for their work in helping promote the report. Epic AI, GitHub, Lightcast, LinkedIn, Quid, Ziki, McKinsey & Company, Jean Stanislas Denine, Kevin Su, Elena Magrini, Rebecca Mild, Rosie Hood, Akash Kora, Casey Weston, Heather English, Tom Hurd, Heather Hanselman, Catherine Ottenbreit, Brittany Preston, Cecile Princeton, Roger Roberts, Abby Stitcha. Organizations. 9. AIINDE-10 REPORT 2026. 1. AI capability is not plateauing. It is accelerating and reaching more people than ever. Industry produced over 90% of notable frontier models in 2025, and several of those models now meet or exceed human baselines on PhD-level science questions, multimodal reasoning, and competition mathematics. On a key coding benchmark, SWE Bench verified, performance rose from 60% to near 100% of meeting the human baseline in a single year. Organizational adoption reached 88%, and 4 in 5 university students now use generative AI. 2. The US-China AI model performance gap has effectively closed. US and Chinese models have traded the lead multiple times since early 2025. In February 2025, DeepSeek, R1 briefly matched the top US model, and as of March 2026, Anthropic's top model leads by just 2.7%. The US still produces more top-tier AI models and higher impact patents, while China leads in publication volume, citations, patent output, and industrial robot installations. South Korea stands out for its innovation density, leading the world in AI patents per capita. 3. The United States hosts the most AI data centers, with the majority of their chips fabricated by one Taiwanese foundry. The United States hosts 5,427 data centers, more than 10 times any other country, and it consumes more energy than any other country. A single company, TSMC, fabricates almost every leading AI chip, making the global AI hardware supply chain dependent on one foundry in Taiwan, though a TSMCU's expansion began operations in 2025. For AI models can win a gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad but cannot reliably tell time, an example of what researchers call the jagged frontier of AI. Gemini DeepThink earned a gold medal at IMO, yet the top model reads analog clocks correctly just 50.1% of the time. AI agents made a leap from 12% to 66% task success on OS World, which tests agents on real computer tasks across operating systems, though they still fail roughly 1 in 3 attempts on structured benchmarks. 5 robots still fail at most household tasks, even as they excel in controlled environments. Robots succeed in only 12% of household tasks, highlighting how far AI is from mastering the physical world. On RL Bench, robotic manipulation in software-based simulations has reached 89.4% success, but the gap between predictable lab settings and unpredictable household environments is wide. 6. Responsible AI is not keeping pace with AI capability, with safety benchmarks lagging and incidents rising sharply. Almost all leading frontier AI model developers report results on capability benchmarks, but reporting on responsible AI benchmarks remains spotty. Documented AI incidents rose to 362, up from 233 in 2024. Adding to the challenge, recent research found that improving one responsible AI dimension, such as safety, can degrade another, such as accuracy. Top takeaways. 10. To PTA away SAIINDEXREPORT 2026. 7. The United States leads in AI investment, but its ability to attract global talent is declining. U.S. private AI investment reached $285.9 billion in 2025, more than 23 times the $12.4 billion invested in China, though looking at just private investment figures likely understates China's total AI spending, given its government guidance funds. The U.S. also led in entrepreneurial activity with 1,953 newly funded AI companies in 2025, more than 10 times the next closest country. However, the number of AI researchers and developers moving to the U.S. has dropped 89% since 2017, with an 80% decline in the last year alone. 8. AI adoption is spreading at historic speed, and consumers are deriving substantial value from tools they often access for free. Generative AI reached 53% population adoption within 3 years, faster than the PC or the internet, though the pace varies by country and correlates strongly with GDP per capita. Some show higher than expected adoption, such as Singapore and the United Arab Emirates, while the US ranks 24th at 28.3%. The estimated value of generative AI tools to US consumers reached $172 billion annually by early 2026, with the median value per user tripling between 2025 and 2026. 9. Productivity gains from AI are appearing in many of the same fields where entry-level employment is starting to decline. Studies show productivity gains of 14% to 26% in customer support and software development, with weaker or negative effects in tasks requiring more judgment. AI agent deployment remains in single digits across nearly all business functions. In software development, where AI's measured productivity gains are clearest, U.S. developers ages 22 to 25 saw employment fall nearly 20% from 2024, even as the headcount for older developers continues to grow. 10AI's environmental footprint is expanding alongside its capabilities. Grok 4's estimated training emissions reached 72,816 tons of CO2 equivalent. AI data center power capacity rose to 29.6 gigawatts, comparable to New York State at peak demand, and annual GPT-4o inference water use alone may exceed the drinking water needs of 1.2 million people. 11 AI models for science can outperform human scientists, though bigger models do not always perform better. Frontier models outperform human chemists on average on ChemBench, yet they score below 20% on replication in astrophysics and 33% on Earth observation questions. A 111 million parameter protein language model, MSA Performer, beat previous leading methods on Protein Gym, and a 200 million parameter genomics model, GPN-STAR, outperformed a model nearly 200 times larger. Most AI foundation models for science come from cross-sector collaborations, in contrast with the industry-dominated landscape of general-purpose AI. 12 AI is transforming clinical care, but rigorous evidence remains limited. AI tools that automatically generate clinical notes from patient visits saw substantial adoption in 2025. Across multiple hospital systems, physicians reported up to 83% less time spent writing notes and significant reductions in burnout. Beyond certain tools, however, the evidence base for clinical AI remains thin. A review of more than 500 clinical AI studies found that nearly half relied on exam-style questions rather than real patient data, with only 5% using real clinical data. 11. To P-ta-K-E away S-A-I-I-N-D-E-X or E-P-O-R-T 2026. 13. Formal education is lagging behind AI, but people are learning AI skills at every stage of life. Over 80% of U.S. high school and college students now use AI for school-related tasks, but only half of middle and high schools have AI policies in place, and just 6% of teachers say those policies are clear. Outside the classroom, AI engineering skills are accelerating fastest in the United Arab Emirates, Chile, and South Africa. The number of new AI PhDs in the US and Canada increased 22% from 2022 to 2024. The PhDs that make up that increase took jobs in academia, not in industry. 14. AI sovereignty is becoming a defining feature of national policy, but capabilities remain uneven, even as open source development helps to redistribute who participates. National AI strategies are expanding, particularly among developing economies, and state-backed investments in AI supercomputing are rising in parallel, a sign of growing ambitions for domestic control over AI ecosystems. Yet model production remains concentrated in the US and China. Open source development is starting to redistribute participation, with contributions from the rest of the world now outpacing Europe and approaching the United States on GitHub, fueling more linguistically diverse models and benchmarks. 15. AI experts and the public have very different perspectives on the technology's future, and global trust in institutions to manage AI is fragmented. When it comes to how people do their jobs, 73% of experts expect a positive impact, compared with just 23% of the public, a 50-point gap. Similar divides appear for AI's impact on the economy and medical care. Globally, trust in governments to regulate AI varies. Among surveyed countries, the United States reported the lowest level of trust in its own government to regulate AI, at 31%. Globally, the EU is trusted more than the United States or China to regulate AI effectively. 12. Research and development. 1. AIINDE-10-REPORT 2026. Overview. The resources powering AI development continue to grow in 2025, but fewer notable models were released than the year before, and the systems at the frontier are increasingly concentrated among a small number of organizations. Industry now accounts for over 90% of notable AI models, and the most capable systems are also the least transparent, with training code, dataset sizes, and parameter counts increasingly withheld. The computing power behind these models has grown roughly 3.3 times per year since 2022, yet almost all of it flows through a single chip foundry in Taiwan, making the global hardware supply chain fragile. Open source development and AI publications continue to grow, and the research landscape is becoming more geographically distributed. China now leads in publication volume, citation share, and patent grants, while smaller countries like Switzerland and Singapore lead in AI researchers per capita. Yet some dimensions of the field have not changed at all. Gender gaps in AI talent remain deeply entrenched, with no meaningful progress in any country since 2010. This chapter covers the research and development pipeline, from the landscape of AI models through the compute, data centers, energy, and open source software that support them, to the broader research ecosystem of publications, patents, and talent. 13. Chapter highlights 14. 1.1 Notable AI models by national affiliation by sector and organization model release parameter and compute trends highlight. Will models run out of data? 16, 18, 20, 22, 25. 1.2 Compute and infrastructure performance and efficiency hardware for notable models global computing capacity data center power capacity 28, 28, 29, 29, 30. 1.3 Data centers AI infrastructure beyond GPUs geographic distribution 31, 31, 32. 1.4 Energy and environmental impact training inference data center usage 33, 33, 36, 39. 1.5 Open source AI software AI development activity overview projects 41, 41, 41. Contents. Una RESEARCHAKANDDEVULOPMENTAIINDE-10REPORT 2026. Stars model and dataset ecosystem 43, 44. 1.6 Publications total number of AI publications by venue conference attendance by national affiliation by sector by topic top 100 publications by national affiliation by sector and organization 47, 47, 48. 48, 50, 52, 53, 53, 53, 54. 1.7 Patents Global Trends Forward Citations Flow Speed of Knowledge Diffusion Technological Proximity Highlight. AI Patent Examples 56, 56, 58, 59, 60, 61. 1.8 AI Authors and Inventors Geographic Distribution by Education Level by Gender by Specialization Mobility 62, 62, 63, 65, 66, 66. 14. Contents Chapter Highlights. One industry produced over 90% of notable AI models in 2025, but the most capable models are now the least transparent. Training code, parameter counts, dataset sizes, and training duration are no longer disclosed for several of the most resource-intensive systems, including those from OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google. 2. China leads in research while the US leads in notable model development. China leads in publication volume, citations, and patent grants, while the US retains higher impact patents and produced 59 notable models in 2025 to China's 35. South Korea leads in AI patents per capita, and China's share of the top 100 most cited AI papers grew from 33 in 2021 to 41 in 2024. 3. Reported parameters held in the trillions as disclosure dropped. Parameter counts have stayed near 1 trillion for 3 years, though reporting from frontier labs has stopped. Training compute, which can be estimated independently, has continued to rise. For synthetic data is still not replacing real data in pre-training, but data quality and post-training techniques are showing promise. Almo 3.1 Think 32B, with nearly 90 times fewer parameters than Grok 4, achieves comparable results on several benchmarks through pruning, deduplication, and curation alone. 5. Global AI compute capacity grew 3.3x per year since 2022, reaching 17.1 million H100 equivalents. NVIDIA accounts for over 60% of total compute, with Google and Amazon supplying much of the remainder and Huawei holding a small but growing share. The build-out is being driven by hyperscaler data center expansion and sustained demand for frontier model training and inference. 6. The United States leads in AI data centers, and one Taiwanese foundry fabricates the majority of chips inside them. The United States hosts 5,427 data centers, more than 10 times any other country, consuming more energy than any other region. A single company, TSMC, fabricates almost every leading AI chip and makes the global AI hardware supply chain dependent on one foundry in Taiwan, though a TSMC's expansion began to operate in 2025. 7. AI's environmental footprint increases across power, water, and emissions. In 2025, Grok 4's estimated training emissions reached 72,816 tons of CO2 equivalent. AI data center power capacity rose to 29.6 gigawatts, comparable to New York State at peak demand, and annual GPT-4o inference water use alone may exceed the drinking water needs of 1.2 million people. 8. Open source AI development continues to scale, with 5.6 million projects on GitHub and Hugging Face uploads tripling since 2023. US-based projects still attract the most engagement, with 30 million cumulative GitHub stars across projects that have crossed the 10-star threshold.
CHAPTERHACIGHLEGHCATSRESEREACAENDDEVLOPMENTEANTIAENDEVORT 2026.
15.
CHAPTERHACIGHLEGCATSRESEREACAENDDEVLOPMENTEANTIAENDEVORT 2026.
10. The AI talent map is shifting, but gender gaps remain deeply entrenched. Switzerland and Singapore lead the world in AI researchers and developers per capita, and some countries show relatively higher female representation, including Saudi Arabia, Canada, and Australia, though no country approaches gender parity. The number of AI researchers and developers moving to the United States has dropped 89% since 2017. The decline is accelerating, down 80% in the last year alone. The US is still home to more AI talent than any other country, but it is attracting new talent at the lowest rate in over a decade. 16. 1.1 Notable AI models.
Una RESEARCHANDDEVLOPMENTAIENDEREPORT 2026.
This section starts with the models themselves. Using Epic AI's curated dataset of notable models, this section examines where frontier AI models are coming from, how they are deployed, and what it takes to build them. Epic AI designates models as noteworthy based on criteria such as state-of-the-art advancements, historical significance, or high citation rates. This is a manual curation, so the dataset is not a census of all AI models or a full map of all model development activity. Trends should be read as patterns within the domain. The sections that follow track the infrastructure and inputs behind these systems, including compute, data centers, energy costs, and open source software, before looking at the broader research ecosystem through publications, patents, and talent. This chapter focuses on the research and development pipeline and its inputs. The next chapter, Technical Performance, reviews model capabilities and benchmark performance in detail. By national affiliation too. Notable model production remains concentrated within a small number of countries. Historically, the United States has produced the largest in total output numbers, followed by China. This pattern continued in 2025 as the United States led with the release of 59 notable AI models, China with 35, and South Korea with 8. The number of new model releases declined year over year across all major geographic areas. Figure 1.1.1. One new and historic models are continually added to the Epic AI database, so the total year-by-year counts of models included in this year's AI index might not exactly match those published in last year's report. The data is based on a snapshot taken on April 22, 2026. 2A machine learning model is associated with a specific country if at least one author of the paper introducing it is affiliated with an institution based in that country. In cases where a model's authors come from several countries, double counting can occur. 3. This chart highlights model releases from a select group of geographic areas. More comprehensive data on model releases by country will be available in the upcoming AI Index Global Vibrancy tool. Number of notable AI models by select geographic areas 2025. Source, Epic AI, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. 17. 1.1 NOTBLEAIMODELSRESERCANDDEVUELOPMENTIAIINDE RAPORT 2026. Figure 1.1.2. Figure 1.1.3. Number of notable AI models by geographic area, 2003-25. Source, Epic AI, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. 10. 1.1 NOTBLEAIMODELSRESERCANDDEVUELOPMENTIAIINDE RAPORT 2026. By sector and organization. The development of notable AI models continues to be predominantly concentrated in industry. Over the past decade, the share produced by industry has grown steadily and now represents the largest share by a wide margin. In 2025, Epic AI identified 2 notable AI models originating from academia, compared to 93 from industry. Within industry, a small set of organizations account for a large share of releases. In 2025, the top contributors were OpenAI, Google, and Alibaba. Since 2014, Google has produced the largest number of notable models, followed by Meta and OpenAI. Within academia, Tsinghua University, Stanford University, and Carnegie Mellon University have been the most prolific over the past decade. Number of notable AI models by sector 2003-25. Figure 1.1.4. 19. 1.1 NOTBLEAIMODELSRESERCANDDEVUELOPMENTIAIINDE RAPORT 2026. Number of notable AI models by organization 2025. Figure 1.1.5. Figure 1.1.6. 4 in the organizational tally figures, research published by DeepMind is classified under Google. 20. 1.1 NOTBLEAIMODELSRESERCANDDEVUELOPMENTIAIINDE RAPORT 2026. Number of notable AI models by organization 2014-25. Source, Epic AI, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.1.7. Model release. Release patterns for notable AI models have continued to shift toward controlled access. In 2025, API access was the most common release type, with 47 of 102 models made available this way. And API-only releases have steadily increased since 2020. The second most common release type was open weights, meaning the models are fully available for use, modification, and redistribution. The remaining models were released in a mix of access types, including hosted access, open weights, and open weights. The unknown designation refers to models that have unclear or undisclosed access types, and unreleased models remain proprietary, accessible only to their developers or select partners. Training code is becoming even less accessible than model code overall. In 2025, 81 of 102 notable models were released without their corresponding training code, compared to 4 that made their code open source. In 2020, models with open source and unreleased training code were about the same in number, but by 2023, the majority were unreleased and the gap has continued to widen. This growing opacity limits the ability of external researchers to reproduce results, audit development, and validate safety claims. These challenges are central to the responsible AI and governance discussions in Chapter 3 and Chapter 8. 5 hosted access refers to using computing resources or services provided remotely by a third party, rather than personally owning or managing them. Instead of running software or infrastructure locally, hosted access involves accessing these resources via the cloud or another remote service, typically over the internet. For example, using GPUs through platforms like AWS, Google Cloud, or Microsoft Azure, rather than running them on one's own hardware, is considered hosted access. 6 open weights models share their architecture at varying levels of restriction. Non-commercial limits use to research purposes, restricted use permits broader use with some conditions, and unrestricted places no limitations on use, modification, or redistribution. 21. 1.1 NOTBLEAIMODELSRESERCANDDEVUELOPMENTIAIINDE RAPORT 2026. Number of notable AI models by access type, 2014-25. Figure 1.1.8. 7 Not all models in the Epic database are categorized by access type, so the totals in figures 1.1.8 and 1.1.9 may not fully align with those reported elsewhere in the chapter. Number of notable AI models by training code access type, 2014-25. Source, Epic AI, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.1.9. 22. 1.1 NOTBLEAIMODELSRESERCANDDEVUELOPMENTIAIINDE RAPORT 2026. Parameter and compute trends. Parameter counts for notable AI models have increased significantly from the early 2010s through 2022, driven by the growing complexity of model architecture, greater data availability, improvements in hardware, and proven efficacy of larger models. Since then, growth in reported parameter counts has flattened, but this is likely understating actual growth due to the absence of certain data points. Several of the most resource-intensive models released in recent years, including those from OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google, have not publicly disclosed parameter counts, training dataset sizes, or training duration. Similarly, training dataset sizes and training duration increased through the early 2020s, with leading models training on tens of trillions of tokens over periods exceeding 100 days. Again, due to limited disclosure from major frontier labs, the more recent data is incomplete. Several of the figures in this section use a log scale to reflect the exponential growth in AI model parameters and compute in recent years. Number of parameters of notable AI models by sector, 2003, 25 source. Epic AI, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.1.10. 23. 1.1 NOTBLEAIMODELSRESEARCHIACANDDEVLOPMENTIENDE RAPORT 2026. Training dataset size of notable AI models 2010-25. Figure 1.1.11. Figure 1.1.12. Since compute can be estimated even when not directly reported, training compute trends for notable models show clear growth over the same period. Compute requirements for notable models have risen by several orders of magnitude, with industry accounting for the highest values. When comparing the two countries with highest model output, US models continue to be the most computationally intensive compared to Chinese models. However, the comparison in recent years cannot be fully substantiated because US models have not directly reported their training compute. 24. 1.1 NOTBLEAIMODELSREACANDEVLOPMENTIENDE RAPORT 2026. Training compute of notable AI models by sector, 2003, 25 source. Epic AI, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.1.13. 9. Estimating training compute is an important aspect of AI model analysis, yet it often requires indirect measurement. When direct reporting is unavailable, Epic estimates compute by using hardware specifications and usage patterns or by counting arithmetic operations based on model architecture and training data. In cases where neither approach is feasible, benchmark performance can serve as a proxy to infer training compute by comparing models with known compute values. Full details of Epic's methodology can be found in the documentation section of their website. Training compute of select notable AI models in the United States and China, 2018-25. Figure 1.1.14. 25. ACIG, ACELAIG, ACTE. Will models run out of data? 1.1 NOTBLEAIMODELSREACANDEVLOPMENTIENDE RAPORT 2026. Last year, the AI Index highlighted concerns around data bottlenecks and the sustainability of the scaling approach as it relates to training data. Leading AI researchers have publicly claimed that the available pool of high-quality human text and web data for training large models has been exhausted, a state often referred to as peak data. This has continued to raise industry-wide concerns about the sustainability of scaling laws, which have historically depended on ever larger datasets. One set of projections from Epic AI suggests that, under certain assumptions, the estimated depletion date could fall between 2026 and 2032. Synthetic data in pre-training. Limits on the availability of real-world data may be less consequential if synthetic data can be used to improve the performance of subsequent models. Previous editions of the AI Index found no definitive evidence that synthetic data improves model performance during the pre-training phase. The 2024 report referenced research suggesting that model performance can collapse when real training data is replaced with synthetic data. The 2025 report noted more recent findings that such collapse can be avoided if real data remains part of the training set, but that simply adding more data does not necessarily lead to performance gains. The consensus remains largely unchanged. There is still no definitive evidence that synthetic data can fully offset real data depletion in pre-training contexts. However, recent research suggests that synthetic data may offer value in more limited settings. Hybrid training approaches, which combine real and synthetic data, can significantly accelerate training, sometimes by a factor of 5 to 10 at scale, without surpassing real data in final model performance. Training on purely synthetic data has shown promise for smaller models or narrowly defined tasks, such as classification, code generation, or work in low-resource languages, but these gains have not generalized to large, general-purpose language models. Where synthetic-only training has achieved performance comparable to real data, it has typically involved substantially smaller models that are not directly comparable to current state-of-the-art systems. For example, the SYNTHLLM family of models, trained entirely on synthetic data, achieves strong results yet still lags behind leading models on major benchmarks. 10. Pre-training refers to the initial phase of model development in which a model is trained on large, general-purpose datasets to acquire broad linguistic or multimodal representations. Post-training refers to subsequent refinement of the base model through techniques such as supervised fine-tuning or reinforcement learning to specialize behavior, improve alignment, or optimize performance on particular tasks. Figure 1.1.15.
Source, Kineal, 2025.
26. ACIG, ACELAIG, ACTE. 1.1 NOTBLEAIMODELSREACANDEVLOPMENTIENDE RAPORT 2026. Data-centric methods. Discussions on data availability often overlook an important shift in recent AI research. Performance gains are increasingly driven by improving the quality of existing datasets, not by acquiring more. Rather than scaling data indiscriminately, researchers are spending more effort in pruning, curating, and refining training inputs. Data-centric methods emphasize performance improvements through practices such as cleaning labels, deduplicating samples, and constructing higher quality datasets. A growing body of research shows that training models on low-quality or polluted data can significantly degrade performance. Likewise, recent evidence illustrates that data pruning, selecting the most informative training inputs, often outperforms approaches that train on all available data indiscriminately. Synthetic data in post-training. Recent research shows that synthetically generated data can be effective for improving model performance in post-training settings, including fine-tuning, alignment, instruction tuning, and reinforcement learning. A growing body of research released in 2025 supports this finding. Evidence suggests that synthetic post-training data is effective in few-shot generation settings, for improving long-context capabilities, for optimizing reinforcement learning workflows, and for strengthening reasoning more broadly. Model performance on AIME 2025. Source: RDL-Style Analysis, 2026, AI2, 2025 Chart, 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.1.16. Prevalence of synthetic content. Since the launch of ChatGPT in November 2022, there have been predictions that the internet would soon become overrun by AI-generated content. Recent research from Graphite suggests that beginning in January 2025, over 50% of newly published online content was generated by AI. Others have projected that the share in 2026 could be even higher. Recent large-scale model development illustrates this paradigm in practice. ALMO. 3 researchers prioritized large-scale deduplication, quality-aware data selection, and stage-specific training curricula rather than indiscriminate data scaling. These interventions, combined with iterative feedback loops to evaluate and refine candidate data mixes, allowed their models to achieve competitive performance despite training on substantially fewer tokens than other leading state-of-the-art models. ALMO 3.1's Think32B model, for example, contains roughly 32 billion parameters, nearly 90 times fewer than Grok 4's 3 trillion, yet it achieves comparable performance on several benchmarks, including American Invitational Mathematics Examination 2025. 11. The American Invitational Mathematics Examination is an annual high school math competition widely used as a benchmark for AI mathematical reasoning, with each year's exam providing a fresh test set. 27.
H I G H L I G H T 1.1 NOTA BLEAIMODELSRESERACHANDDEVULPMENTIAIENDE REPORT
2026. Given growing concerns about the suitability of synthetic data for training AI systems, this trend raises questions about the long-term reliability of current scaling trajectories. In response, many firms that depend on high-quality training data have increasingly turned to proprietary sources. In May 2025, the New York Times entered into a licensing agreement with Amazon to allow its content to be used for training purposes. By mid-2025, Meta was reportedly engaged in similar discussions with news organizations, while health and life sciences companies such as Bristol-Myers Squibb have pursued comparable strategies. These developments suggest that firms training frontier AI systems are adjusting their data acquisition strategies as the volume of openly available training data continues to decline. Figure 1.1.17. 28. 1.2 Compute and Infrastructure.
Una RESEARCHANDEVULOPMENTIAIENDE REPORT
2026. The development of AI models requires significant infrastructure investment. As training processes have expanded in scale and complexity, the underlying hardware has also improved in both speed and efficiency. In turn, these gains shape what kinds of models researchers and labs can realistically build. The growth in training compute discussed in the previous section would not have been possible without corresponding improvements in hardware capabilities. This section leverages data from Epic AI to track hardware performance, adoption, and aggregate computing capacity over time. Performance and efficiency. Peak computational performance of machine learning hardware has increased exponentially across releases between 2008 and 2025. The gains are especially visible at lower precision types, where precision refers to the number of bits used to represent numerical values. Lower precision formats such as FP16 and Tensor FP16BF16 now show the highest performance levels and have become standard in many training and inference settings. Peak computational performance of ML hardware for discrete precisions, 2008-25 source, Epic AI, 2026 chart, 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.2.1. 29.
1, 2 COMPUTEANDINFRASTRUCTUREREACHEANDEVULPMENTIAIENDE REPORT 2026.
Hardware for notable models. Global computing capacity. Hardware adoption patterns among notable AI models reflect the gains in performance and efficiency. Since 2017, the cumulative number of notable models trained on A100 class hardware has increased, with 84 models trained in 2025. The previous generation, V100, continues to power a sizable share. Newer hardware, such as the H100, has seen early rapid adoption, while other categories, such as TPU V3 and TPU V4, show stable curves. Cumulative number of notable AI models trained by Accelerator, 2017-25. Source: Epic AI, 2026 chart, 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.2.2. The supply of AI computing capacity from major chip designers has continued to increase. Total capacity has increased by an estimated 3.3x per year since 2022, reaching approximately 17.1 million H100 equivalents. NVIDIA AI chips currently account for over 60% of total compute, with Google and Amazon supplying much of the remainder and Huawei holding a small but growing share. The growth in compute capacity tracks closely with investment patterns described in Chapter 4, where leading AI companies have increased their capital expenditure and infrastructure, has become the fastest growing focus area of private AI funding. 12. Since these estimates are inferred from revenue data, financial disclosures, and analyst reports, they reflect broader trends rather than exact counts. Data coverage also varies by manufacturer. NVIDIA and Google data starts in 2022, while others start in 2024. 30.
1, 2 COMPUTEANDINFRASTRUCTURERASCEREUCTUREREASCEARCIACANDDEVUELOPIMENTERAPORT
Global computing capacity from AI chips across major designers 2022-25. Figure 1.2.3. Figure 1.2.4. Data center power capacity. The expansion of computing capacity carries a direct energy cost. Total AI data center power capacity reached approximately 29.6 gigawatts by Q4 2025, enough to power all of New York State at peak demand. AI chip power, measured by thermal design power, accounted for roughly 11.8 gigawatts of the total, with the remainder attributed to cooling, networking, and other data center infrastructure. This estimate is based on the rated power capacity of leading AI chips sold over time, with a multiplier of approximately 2.5 applied to account for the additional requirements of powering infrastructure. Global AI data center power capacity, 2022, 25 source. Epic AI, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. 31. 1.3 data centers.
Una RESEARCHANDEVUELOPIMENTAIINDE REPORT 2026.
The physical infrastructure underlying AI development extends beyond models and compute described in the previous section. Data centers are where compute is housed, and their capacity, geographic distribution, and underlying supply chains shape what AI systems can be built and where. This section draws on data from Cloud Scene to track the global distribution of data centers and introduces an overview of the broader AI infrastructure ecosystem to provide context for the geographic and supply chain dynamics. AI infrastructure beyond GPUs. Modern AI data centers depend on a combination of compute, storage, communications, and specialized hardware that enables AI systems to run at large scale. GPUs and custom accelerators such as tensor processing units are the most widely discussed, but they are only one layer of a broader infrastructure stack. All data processed by these chips is held in high-bandwidth memory, which supports moving large volumes of data in and out efficiently. The leading manufacturers of HBM are SK Hynix, Samsung, and Micron. During training, GPUs must continuously share data with one another, which requires fast, high-throughput network connectivity achieved with fiber optic cables running high-bandwidth networking architectures such as InfiniBand. The supply chain behind this hardware adds another dimension. Companies like NVIDIA and SK Hynix design but do not manufacture chips. Instead, they provide designs to specialized semiconductor foundries, primarily the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company and Samsung Foundry, which fabricate the chips at the nanometer scales modern AI hardware requires. The fabricated chips are then packaged and tested by assembly companies such as ASE Group and Amkor Technology. TSMC is a single point of dependency in the global AI supply chain, as it fabricates virtually every leading AI chip, including NVIDIA's Blackwell GPUs and AMD's MI300X. There are high barriers to entry at every layer, requiring decades of accumulated expertise, specialized equipment, and significant capital investment to overcome. The infrastructure ecosystem is relevant beyond AI capabilities, as it shapes education priorities and workforce development. Chapter 7 distinguishes between AI software-related and AI hardware-related degrees. That distinction is also relevant here, where different countries play different roles across the hardware supply chain. 32.
1 3 data CENTERSERESCANDEVUELOPIMENTAIINDE REPORT 2026.
Geographic distribution. Most of the world's data center infrastructure is located in a small number of countries. In 2025, the United States led by a wide margin, with 5,427 data centers, more than 10 times the count of any other country. Germany, the United Kingdom, and China followed, while the majority of the remaining countries each had fewer than 300 facilities. The US may show a clear lead, but the other country rankings should be assessed with the understanding that data center counts do not capture differences in facility size, computing capacity, or utilization. Global distribution of data centers, 2025 source. Cloud Scene, 2025 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.3.1. Figure 1.3.2. Number of data centers by geographic area, 2025. 33. 1.4 Energy and environmental impact.
Una RESEARCHANDEVUELOPIMENTAIINDE REPORT 2026.
As AI systems have scaled and become more widely deployed, their energy consumption and environmental footprint have become very visible. The compute and infrastructure trends described in the preceding sections translate into heavy demands on energy, water, and carbon emissions. This section examines those costs across 3 areas of AI development: training, inference, and data center energy usage. The analysis draws from Epic AI's model-level data, recent academic benchmarking research, the International Energy Agency's reporting on data centers, and De Vries and Gao. Training. Leading machine learning hardware has grown more efficient since 2016, as measured in FLOPS per watt. Leading chips deliver about 10 times more computation per watt than those available a decade ago, with NVIDIA B200 and Google TPU V5e among the most efficient. However, models have scaled faster than efficiency has improved, so total power required to train frontier systems has continued to increase. Total power draw for training models has grown by several orders of magnitude since the early 2010s. The most compute-intensive models in the dataset, such as Grok 3 and Llama 4 Behemoth, required upward of 100 million watts during training. Due to limited disclosure by their developers, Power draw information is not available from many of the newest models that have been released. Carbon emissions from training have increased even more sharply. Training AlexNet in 2012 produced an estimated 0.01 tons of CO2 equivalent, while training Grok 4 in 2025 produced about 72,816 tons. To put this into context, that is more than the lifetime carbon emissions of an average car. Larger models generally produce more emissions, but not always, as it can also depend on hardware efficiency, training duration, and the carbon intensity of the energy sources used. DeepSeek V3, for example, produced approximately 597 tons, which is much less than models of comparable size. 34.
1.4 ENERGYAND quinta IRONMENTALIM PACTI RESEARCHANDD EVLOPMENTAIIND decima REPORT 2026.
Total power draw required to train frontier models, 2011-25. Figure 1.4.1. Figure 1.4.2. 35.
1.4 ENERGYAND quinta IRONMENTALIM PACTI RESEARCHANDD EVLOPMENTAIIND decima REPORT 2026.
Figure 1.4.3. Figure 1.4.4. 36.
1.4 ENERGYAND quinta IRONMENTALIM PACTI RESEARCHANDD EVLOPMENTAIIND decima REPORT 2026.
Inference. Training costs have typically received the most attention, but inference represents a growing share of AI's total energy footprint. Once a model is deployed at scale, the cumulative energy required to serve queries can exceed the one-time cost of training within months. Recent benchmarking by Jegam et al. Provides per-model estimates of inference energy consumption and carbon emissions for medium-length prompts. Among the top 15 models by energy consumption in 2025, DeepSeek version 3.2 EXP and DeepSeek version 3.2 consumed the most per query, followed by GPT-5 at 21.9 WH. Models such as Claude 4 Opus and GPT-5 Minute sit at the lower end, consuming between 5 and 6 WH. When ranked by carbon emissions, the models also follow a similar pattern. DeepSeek version 3.2 EXP and DeepSeek version 3.2 produce the highest per medium-length prompt, approximately 14 grams of CO2 equivalent each. For comparison, Claude 4 Opus and Mistral Medium 3 were the lowest at 1.6 and 1.5 grams, respectively. There is a widespread even among models released in the same year, showing not only that inference efficiency varies but that higher capability is not necessarily proportional to the environmental cost. Model energy consumption for medium-length prompt source. Jegam et al., 2025 chart, 2026 AI Index report. Figure 1.4.5. 13. This figure shows the top 15 models by energy consumption for 2024 and 2025. The full set of models is available through the source dashboard. 37.
1.4 ENERGYAND quinta IRONMENTALIM PACTI RESEARCHANDD EVLOPMENTAIIND decima REPORT 2026.
Model carbon emissions for medium-length prompts. Figure 1.4.6. 14. This figure shows the top 15 models by energy consumption for 2024 and 2025. The full set of models is available through the source dashboard. At the level of a single query, the numbers seem more modest. A short GPT-4o query consumes approximately 0.42 WH, which is 40% more than a Google search at 0.3 WH. A daily session of 8 medium-length queries uses the energy comparable to charging 2 smartphones. But across hundreds of millions of daily queries, the consumption scales into something much larger. The same scaling dynamic is true for water consumption. Annual estimates for GPT-4o inference range from about 1.3 to 1.6 million kiloliters, which, at the high end, exceeds the annual drinking water needs of 1.2 million people. 38.
1.4 ENERGYAND quinta IRONMENTALIM PACTI RESEARCHANDD EVLOPMENTAIIND decima REPORT 2026.
Per query and daily energy consumption. GPT-4o versus common activities. Annual water consumption. GPT-4o versus real-world baselines. Figure 1.4.7. Figure 1.4.8. 39.
1.4 ENERGYAND quinta IRONMENTALIM PACTI RESEARCHANDD EVLOPMENTAIIND decima REPORT 2026.
Data center usage. The power demands of models and queries add up to a much larger infrastructure footprint. The estimated power demand from AI accelerator modules reached approximately 5,200 megawatts cumulatively through 2024. NVIDIA accounted for the largest share, which is consistent with the company's leading position in global AI chip capacity. When including the full systems supporting those accelerators, estimated demand reached approximately 9,400 megawatts. However, these figures from De Vries and Gao carry uncertainty from variation in utilization rates and facility-level efficiency, as reflected in the error bars on the charts. To put that scale in perspective, the cumulative power demand of all in AI systems is comparable to the national electricity consumption of Switzerland or Austria, and roughly half that of Bitcoin mining. Excluding crypto, global data centers accounted for the highest estimated power demand at around 47,000 megawatts, with AI hardware making up a growing share of that total. Estimated power demand of all in AI systems. Estimated power demand of AI accelerator module source. De Vries-Gouw, 2025 chart. 2026 AI Index report. Figure 1.4.9. Figure 1.4.10. Figure 1.4.11. Estimated power demand. AI hardware versus national consumption, Bitcoin mining, and global data center source. De Vries-Gouw, 2025 chart. 2026 AI Index report. 40.
1.4 ENERGYAND quinta IRONMENTALIM PACT RESEARCHAKANDDEVLOPMENTAIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Cost, however, has been moving in the opposite direction. Since 2006, the cost of GPU computation has fallen by more than 99%. This decline has been key to enabling the scaling trends described throughout this chapter, making it economically feasible to train and deploy models at levels that would have been cost prohibitive even a decade ago. At the regional level, data center electricity consumption has increased across all major regions, and it is projected to continue to rise through 2030. The United States accounts for the largest share, followed by China, Europe, and the rest of Asia. Data center electricity consumption by region, 2020, 30. Source, International Energy Agency, Energy and AI, IEA, Paris Chart, 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.4.12. Figure 1.4.13. 15 data in this chart reflects IEA projections rather than observed consumption. 41.
Una RESEARCHAKANDDEVLOPMENTAIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
1.5 Open source AI software. The preceding sections have focused on notable frontier models and the infrastructure required to build and maintain them. Open source platforms like GitHub and Hugging Face offer a different view that captures the developer ecosystem experimenting with and building on AI models. Much of this activity is not reflected in academic publications or frontier model releases. The AI Index analyzes data from both platforms to better understand how open source AI development is evolving over time. 16 Chinese researchers often use alternatives to GitHub, such as JT and Gitcode, for code sharing, but the data from those sites is not included in this report. A full methodological description is available in the appendix. The scale of open source development has grown steadily. The number of AI-related GitHub projects increased from 1,549 in 2011 to approximately 5.6 million in 2025, with year-over-year growth accelerating 23.7% from 2024. However, most repositories often consist of personal or experimental work and receive minimal attention. When filtering for projects with at least 10 stars, a rough proxy for community engagement, the count drops to 206,880 in 2025. The growth trajectory is similar for both measures. AI development activity overview. Projects. Number of GitHub AI projects 2011-25. Figure 1.5.1. 42.
1.5 OPENSOURCEAISOFT va RESEARCHAKANDDEVLOPMENTAIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Number of GitHub AI projects with at least 10 stars 2011-25. Figure 1.5.2. The geographic distribution of more visible open source AI projects has shifted over time. Among projects with at least 10 stars, the United States accounted for the largest share in 2025, though that has declined steadily from nearly 80% in 2011 as developers in other regions have increased their presence on the platform. Europe and the rest of the world have grown in number of projects, while China's share has leveled off since 2019. India remains a growing contributor, representing 5.2% of projects with at least 10 stars. Because GitHub data does not capture Chinese developers who use domestic platforms such as JT or Gitcode, China's share of global open source AI activity is likely understated. The existing geographic attribution for China uses self-reported location rather than IP-based geolocation. 43.
1.5 OPENSOURCEAISOFT va RESEARCHAKANDDEVLOPMENTAIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Figure 1.5.3. Beyond project counts, GitHub stars provide another signal of developer interest and engagement in open source communities. The total number of stars for AI projects increased from 14 million in 2023 to 18.2 million in 2025. All major geographic regions saw year-over-year increases. However, the geographic pattern for stars differs from the project share data above. Despite its declining share of projects, the United States accumulated the highest number of stars at 30 million cumulatively. So while open source activity becomes more geographically distributed, the projects with the most engagement remain disproportionately US-based. 17 in previous AI Index reports, project locations for China and Hong Kong were determined using IP-based geolocation. Due to frequent VPN usage in these regions that resulted in systematic misclassification, self-reported profile locations are now used for China and Hong Kong, while IP-based geolocation continues to be applied for all other countries. 18 Figure 1.5.4 shows new stars given to GitHub projects within a year, not the total accumulated over time. Stars. Figure 1.5.4. 44.
1.5 OPENSOURCEAISOFT va RESEARCHAKANDDEVLOPMENTAIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Number of GitHub stars by geographic area, 2011-25. Figure 1.5.5. Model and dataset ecosystem. To complement the GitHub view, this section uses metadata from Hugging Face, a widely used community platform and open repository for AI models and datasets. The analysis focuses on assets created or uploaded between 2022 and 2025 to understand recent activity and adoption trends. Upload activity has continued to rise over the last few years, with a marked increase after the second quarter of 2024. From 2023 to 2025, model uploads more than tripled, while dataset uploads grew fourfold. Download distribution also shifted after 2023. Geographically US developed. Models lost share to unaffiliated users. On the developer side, major private actors such as Google and Meta have shifted from being the principal authors to accounting for a relatively small share of downloads, while communities such as sentence transformers and the BERT community have grown. A large share of total model downloads fell into an others category, reflecting the wider distribution of development activity, even as the most downloaded models were tied to a small number of sources. 19 data was obtained in collaboration with researchers from Longprey et al. Their dataset provides Hugging Face model download data that the authors describe as consistent and relatively complete. It was validated with the Hugging Face team, is reported to be less noisy than raw counts, and includes cleaned and imputed missing metadata. It is released as a weekly panel rather than an all-time downloads cross-section. Coverage spans March 2020 to August 2025 and includes the top 200 most downloaded Hugging Face models per week. These models account for 49.6% of total normalized, filtered downloads. This restriction focuses the analysis on models with higher observed download volume, reduces long-tail variation, and may support more stable estimates. 45.
15 OPEN SOURCEAISOFT VA RERESEARCHANDD EVLOPMENTAIINDE decima RAPORT 2026.
Number of models and datasets on Hugging Face 2022-25. Global distribution of downloads among top Hugging Face models, Q2 2020, Q3 2025. Source: Longprey et al., 2025. Hugging Face, 2025 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.5.6. Figure 1.5.7. 20. The data shown in this chart comes from the publicly accessible Hugging Face repository. For more details, refer to the appendix. 21. Data source: Longprey et al. For more details, refer to the appendix. 46.
15 OPEN SOURCEAISOFT VA RERESEARCHANDD EVLOPMENTAIINDE decima RAPORT 2026.
Download share by developer among top Hugging Face models, Q2 2020, Q3 2025. Source: Longprey et al., 2025. Hugging Face, 2025 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.5.8. Figure 1.5.9. 22. Data source: Longprey et al. For more details, refer to the appendix. 23. Data source: Longprey et al. For more details, refer to the appendix. The most popular model types have shifted over the last 3 years. Text embedders, classifiers, and audio models, which together accounted for nearly 70% of downloads in 2022, fell to less than 6% in 2025. Text generation, multimodal, and video generation models have grown in their place. Text generation led in 2025, accounting for more than 42% of total downloads. Image generation models also increased steadily, remaining the second most downloaded category. Despite these shifts, downloads remain highly concentrated, with nearly 80% associated with the top 3 categories. Download share by modality among top Hugging Face models, Q3 2022, Q3 2025. Source: Longprey et al., 2025. Hugging Face, 2025 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. 47. 1.6 publications.
Una RESEARCHANDD EVLOPMENTAIINDE decima RAPORT 2026.
The first half of this chapter tracked the models, infrastructure, and energy behind AI development. This section shifts to research output, specifically English language AI publications and citations. Publications offer a longitudinal signal of AI research activity at scale, and the AI Index has tracked them consistently over time. While publication volume is not a measure of research quality, and not all research appears in index databases, this approach offers a consistent method for tracking the research frontier year over year. The analysis draws from OpenAlex, a bibliographic database the AI Index has used since 2025, and considers both publication volume and downstream influence through citation patterns. 24. OpenAlex is a fully open catalog of scholarly metadata, including scientific papers, authors, institutions, and more. The AI Index used OpenAlex as a bibliographic database and automatically classified AI-related research using the latest version of the CSO classifier. The CSO classifier is an automated text classification system designed to categorize research papers in computer science using a comprehensive ontology of 15,000 topics and 166,000 relationships, including emerging fields like Gen AI, large language models, and prompt engineering. It processes metadata through 3 modules. A syntactic module for exact topic matches, a semantic module leveraging word embeddings to infer related topics, and a post-processing module that refines results by filtering outliers and adding relevant higher-level areas. Total number of AI publications. Total AI publication output continues to rise. AI publications more than doubled between 2013 and 2024, increasing from roughly 102,000 to about 258,000. Growth continued in 2024, though at a slower rate, with publications increasing 6.3% from 2023. AI research now makes up a substantial portion of the broader computer science ecosystem, accounting for 40.9% of all computer science publications in OpenAlex. AI publications in CS worldwide, 2013-24. Figure 1.6.1. 48.
1.6 PUBLICAT IONSRESCHACANDDEVLOPMENTAIENDE 2026.
By venue. Conference attendance. In 2024, journals accounted for the largest share of AI publications, followed by conferences. Since 2013, both journal and conference publications have increased in absolute numbers, though their relative shares have shifted. The proportion of AI publications appearing in conferences has steadily declined from 36.6% in 2013 to its current level. The most recent year's results, however, may also reflect a lag in venue assignment, as papers often appear first in repositories like AR14 before being formally published in a journal or conference. 25 in this context, repository, refers to preprint platforms such as AR14, where researchers post papers prior to or independent of formal peer-reviewed publication in a journal or conference. Figure 1.6.2. Publication venue patterns capture where AI research is formally published, while conference attendance offers a complementary view of research community engagement. Across the 16 major conferences tracked by the AI Index, AAI, AMAS, CVPR, EMNLP, FACCT, ICAPS, ICCV, ICLR, ICML, ICRA, IJCAI, IROS, KR, NEURIPS, UAI, and IUI total attendance increased in 2024 from the previous year. The largest conferences, including NEURIPS, CVPR, and ICML, continued to draw the highest attendance, while smaller ones such as ICAPS, KR, and UAI maintained stable participation levels. This data should be interpreted with caution, as many conferences have recently switched to virtual or hybrid formats. Conference organizers report that measuring the exact attendance numbers at virtual conferences is difficult, as virtual conferences allow for higher attendance by researchers from around the world. The AI Index reports total attendance figures, encompassing virtual, hybrid, and in-person participation. 49.
1.6 PUBLICAT IONSRESCHACANDDEVLOPMENTAIENDE 2026.
Attendance at larger conferences 2010-25. Figure 1.6.3. Figure 1.6.4. 26. The significant spike in ICML attendance in 2021 was likely due to the conference being held virtually that year. 50.
1.6 PUBLICAT IONSRESCHACANDDEVLOPMENTAIENDE 2026.
Figure 1.6.5. By national affiliation 28. In 2024, China accounted for 17.8% of AI publications in 2024, compared to 11.1% from Europe and 7.6% from India. Chinese AI publications also accounted for 20.6% of all AI citations in 2024, followed closely by Europe at 19.5% and the United States at 12.6%. The United States saw a decline of 3 percentage points in publication share, though its citation share remained relatively unchanged. The unknown share in publication data rose to 39.3% in 2024, a spike that likely reflects changes in metadata coverage. The geographic distribution of publications and citations adds context to the notable model trends discussed earlier in the chapter, where a relatively small number of countries account for a disproportionate share of activity. 27 IUI 2021 and 2022 were held exclusively virtually. 28 regions in this chapter are classified according to the World Bank analytical grouping. The AI Index determines an author's country affiliation using the countries field from the authorship data. This field lists all the countries with which an author is affiliated, as retrieved from OpenAlex based on institutional affiliations. These affiliations can be explicitly stated in the paper or inferred from the author's most recent publications. When counting publications by country, the AI Index assigns one count to each country linked to the publication. For example, if a paper has 3 authors, 2 affiliated with institutions in the United States and 1 in China, the publication is counted once for the United States and once for China. 29. A publication may have an unknown country affiliation when the author's institutional affiliation is missing or incomplete. This issue arises due to various factors, including unstructured or omitted institution names, platform functional deficiencies, group authorship practices, unstandardized affiliation labeling, document type inconsistencies, or the author's limited publication record. The problem as it relates to OpenAlex is addressed in this paper. However, the issue of missing institutions pertains to other bibliographic databases as well. 51. Figure 1.6.6. 30. For the sake of brevity, the AI Index visualized results for a select group of countries. However, complete results for all countries will be available on the AI Index's Global Vibrancy tool by the end of 2026. For immediate access to country-specific research and development data, please contact the AI Index team.
1.6 PUBLICAT IONSRESCHACANDDEVLOPMENTAIENDE 2026.
AI publications in CS by region, 2013-24. Figure 1.6.7. 52. By sector. Academia produced the majority of AI publications in 2024, followed by government institutions, industry, and nonprofit organizations. The sector breakdown does vary by region. In the United States, a higher share of AI publications came from industry compared to China, where government institutions were more meaningful contributors. Europe had the highest percentage of AI publications originating from academia.
1.6 PUBLICAT IONSRESEARCHANDDEVLOPMENTAIENDE 2026.
AI publications in CS by sector, 2013-24. Figure 1.6.8. 31 for Figure 1.6.8 and Figure 1.6.9. Publications with unknown affiliations were excluded. AI publications in CS by sector and geographic area, 2024. Figure 1.6.9. 53. Figure 1.6.10. The AI Index identified the 100 most cited AI publications from 2021 to 2024 using citation data from OpenAlex. Due to citation lag, this set can shift as citations accumulate over time. The publication volume data above captures the scale of research activity, while the top 100 offers a more selective view on which work is gaining the most recognition and influence. 32. The AI Index categorized papers using its own topic classifier. It is possible for a single publication to be assigned multiple topic labels. 33. The full methodological guide can be accessed in the appendix, along with the list of the top 100 articles. 34. A publication can have multiple authors from different countries or organizations. If a paper includes authors from multiple countries, each country is credited once. As a result, some of the totals in this section exceed 100. By topic. Top 100 publications. AI research in 2024 remained concentrated in a small set of core topics, though the breadth of areas continued to expand. Similar to the previous year, the most prevalent research topic was machine learning, followed by computer vision, pattern recognition, and natural language processing. Publications on generative AI continued to show sharp growth, extending the trend from previous years. It is also worth noting that the AI Index topic classifier can assign multiple topic labels to a single publication, so topic totals can be seen as overlapping categories rather than mutually exclusive.
1.6 PUBLICAT IONSRESEARCHANDDEVLOPMENTAIENDE 2026.
Number of AI publications by select top topics, 2013-24. By national affiliation. The geographic distribution of the top 100 has shifted over time. The United States still ranks highest in top-cited publications each year, though its share has gradually declined from 64 in 2021 to 46 in 2024. China's share increased to 41 in 2024, from 34 in 2023, and Australia increased to 14 highly cited publications, up from 2 in 2023 and 6 in 2021. 54.
1.6 PUBLICAT IONSRESEARCHANDDEVLOPMENTAIENDE 2026.
Number of highly cited publications in top 100 by select geographic areas 2021-24. Figure 1.6.11. By sector and organization. The sector composition of the top 100 remained consistent, with academia producing the most top-cited publications year over year. Industry contributions declined sharply from 17 in 2021 and 19 in 2022 to 6 in 2024, even as industry's share of notable model releases has continued to grow. The organization distribution varies by year, though output remains concentrated among a small set of institutions. In 2024, Stanford University and Google led with 7 publications each, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Microsoft followed closely, with each contributing 5. 55. Figure 1.6.12. Figure 1.6.13. 35. The other category includes sectors and intersector collaborations that are not industry and academia, or industry-academia collaborations. Some institutions lack data for 2021 because they did not have papers included in the top 100 that year. Since papers can have multiple authors from different institutions, the total institutional tags in Figure 1.6.13 may exceed 100. Also, because 2 of the papers had authors with an unknown sectoral affiliation in 2022, the total sum of publications in Figure 1.6.12 is 98. 36 universities are abbreviated as follows. CUHK equals the Chinese University of Hong Kong. HKU equals the University of Hong Kong. HUST equals Huazhong University of Science and Technology. MIT equals Massachusetts Institute of Technology. NTU Singapore equals Nanyang Technological University, Singapore.
1.6 PUBLICAT IONSRESEARCHANDDEVLOPMENTAIENDE 2026.
Number of highly cited publications in top 100 by select geographic areas 2021-24. 56. 1.7 patents.
Una RESEARCHANDDEVLOPMENTAIENDE 2026.
While publications track research outputs, patents offer insight into applied innovation and commercial development. This section examines trends in global AI patents over time. Patents can provide another lens for tracking innovation across organizations and geographic areas, particularly in applied AI contexts. Similar to publications data, there are notable delays before AI patent data becomes available, with 2024 being the most recent year accessible. The analysis draws from patent-level bibliographic records in PatStack Global, a comprehensive database provided by the European Patent Office. Figure 1.7.1. 37 more details on the methodology behind the section's patent analysis can be found in the appendix. 38 patent standards and laws vary across countries and regions, so these charts should be interpreted with caution. More detailed country-level patent information will be released in a subsequent edition of the AI Index's Global Vibrancy Tool. Global trends. Globally, the number of granted AI patents has grown exponentially, from 3,866 in 2010 to 131,121 in 2024. Between 2023 and 2024, patent grants rose by 8.2%. China accounts for the majority, at 74.2% of the global total. The United States is the next major contributor at 12.1%, followed by Europe and India. Over the past decade, the United States' share has declined steadily from a peak of 42.8% in 2015, while China's share has risen from under 20% to its current level. Patents and publications reflect different stages in the R&D pipeline, so China's lead in both, while not directly correlated, is consistent with the country's growing research presence described earlier. Other regional leaders emerge when patent activity is normalized by population size. In 2024, South Korea had the highest number of granted AI patents on a per capita basis, followed by Luxembourg and China. Number of AI patents granted worldwide, 2010, 24 source. AI Index, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index report. 57.
1.7 Pate NTSRESEARCHANDDEVLOPMENTAIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Granted AI patents by select geographic areas, 2010, 24 source. AI Index, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index report. Figure 1.7.2. Figure 1.7.3. Number of AI patents granted by select geographic areas, 2010-24. 58.
1.7 Pate NTSRESEARCHANDDEVLOPMENTAIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Granted AI patents per 100,000 inhabitants by country, 2024. Source, AI Index, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index report. Figure 1.7.4. Forward citations flow. When newly filed patents reference earlier ones, those references are called forward citations. These are often used as a proxy for influence, since they indicate how often an invention informs later work. By this measure, the United States accounts for over half of all AI patent forward citations, a signal of downstream influence that contrasts with its 12.1% share of patent volume. China ranks second despite producing the largest volume of patents by a wide margin. The relationship between forward citations and technological impact is not straightforward and has been called into question. There is also a strong home bias across all countries, with most citations occurring domestically, a well-documented pattern in patent citation geography. That said, the cross-border flows are not symmetric. Chinese patents are cited frequently in U.S. filing, while U.S. patents appear far less often in Chinese ones. 59.
1.7 Pate NTSRESEARCHANDDEVLOPMENTAIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Global distribution of forward citations to AI patents by geographic area, 2010-24. Source, AI Index, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index report. Figure 1.7.5. 39 Each data point in the figure reflects forward citations to AI patents, grouped at the patent family level to represent unique inventions rather than individual filings. Values are expressed as shares of all AI patent forward citations for patents granted between 2010 and 2024. Speed of knowledge diffusion. Patent citation lag, the time between a patent's publication and its first forward citation, can be used to measure how quickly knowledge diffuses within a discipline. For AI patents, most receive their first citation within 2 to 3 years, reflecting a relatively fast diffusion. The speed varies by country. U.S. patents tend to be cited sooner and more consistently over time, with only 19% remaining uncited compared to 32% to 44% in other geographic areas. Japan's patents show early but narrower influence, and those from China and South Korea experience slower initial citation, but, after about 6 years, citation activity stabilizes across all regions. The patterns are consistent with the forward citation data above, but differences in citation norms and home bias may also play a role. 60.
1.7 Pate NTSRESEARCHANDDEVLOPMENTAIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Speed of AI patent knowledge diffusion by geographic area. Source, AI Index, 2026 chart. 2026 AI Index report. Figure 1.7.6. Technological proximity measures whether countries are converging on similar types of AI innovation or pursuing distinct paths. Using a method proposed by Barr et al., the analysis compares how closely each country's AI patent portfolio aligns with the 2 largest reference points, the United States and China. Overlap is scored on a scale from 0 to 1. Most countries cluster in the upper right, meaning their AI patents cover similar technological areas to both the US and China, with a stronger lean toward the US portfolio. India and Australia, for example, have patent portfolios that show close to 80% overlap with both. Denmark is the least similar to either reference point, showing only a 45% overlap with China and a 52% overlap with the United States. This is because Denmark's AI patents are concentrated in energy and wind-related technology categories rather than core computing and data processing categories that dominate both the US and China. While most countries' AI innovation portfolios are structured similarly, national industrial strengths tend to influence where AI is applied. 40 This figure plots the probability of not being cited, so curves with sharper drops indicate shorter lags. 41 Also known as the min complement proximity measure. 42 Technological classes are identified by International Patent Classification and Cooperative Patent Classification codes. Technological proximate. Y. 61.
1.7 pate NTSRESARCHANDDEVUELOPMENTAIENDAIINDE 2026.
AI Patent Portfolio's Technological Proximity to the United States and China, 2010-24. Figure 1.7.7.
ACIG ACLAIG ACTE.
AI Patent Examples. 1 Patent CN 111431996A. Resource Configuration Method and Device, Equipment and Medium, 2022, China. A machine learning prediction model determines how to allocate computing resources across multiple services in a cluster. The system learns from historical and real-time signals, such as traffic volumes and CPU, memory, and network usage, to infer the right resource configuration. This enables automated, dynamic scaling decisions without relying on manual rules. 2 Patent US 114367777B1. Machine Learning-Based Hazard Visualization System, 2022, United States. The system trains machine learning models to forecast hazard attributes for specific locations and identify infrastructure in geospatial imagery. It combines model outputs to annotate maps, showing where hazards intersect with critical assets. The system also supports causal inference, for example, identifying infrastructure repeatedly affected by hazards. These capabilities rely on learned prediction and image recognition models rather than deterministic mapping logic. 3 Patent US 20232394546A1. Display system with ML-based stereoscopic view synthesis over a wide field of view, 2025, United States. This head-mounted display uses machine learning techniques, including depth estimation and reconstruction, to create perspective-correct stereoscopic images from external cameras. Neural models handle real-time vision challenges like disocclusion, artifact reduction, and sharpening by inferring scene geometry and filling gaps where camera viewpoints fail to align with the user's eyes. ML is a core component of the VR-AR pass-through rendering pipeline. 62. The publications and patents discussed above reflect research and development outputs. Using Ziki data, the AI Index examined the geographic distribution and mobility patterns of the authors and inventors behind this work over time. This section covers a narrower slice of AI talent activity than the broader labor market indicators discussed in Chapter 4. Ziki identifies talent outside of China based on observable AI outputs such as research, data depositories, and new models. The dataset covers 2010 to 2025 across a group of countries in North America, Europe, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. 43. For more details, refer to the appendix. 1.8 AI authors and inventors.
Una RESARCHANDDEVUELOPMENTAIENDAIINDE 2026.
Geographic distribution. In 2025, the largest share of identified AI authors and inventors came from the United States, followed by India and Germany. The United Kingdom, Canada, and France formed a second tier with Australia, the Netherlands, Italy, Brazil, Switzerland, and others making up the broader distribution of contributors. Looking at the data on a per capita basis surfaces countries that have relatively high levels of AI activity that are not visible when looking at total volume, as seen in the per capita patent data in section 1.7. Switzerland led with 110.5 AI authors and inventors per 100,000 inhabitants, followed closely by Singapore. Countries with smaller populations such as Finland, the Netherlands, and Denmark rank above larger nations including Germany and the United Kingdom. Number of top AI authors and inventors by country 2025. Figure 1.8.1. 63.
1.8 AI AUT HORSANDIN quinta N2 RSRESARCHANDDEVUELOPMENTAIENDE 10 REPORT 2026.
Top AI authors and inventors per 100,000 inhabitants by country 2025. Figure 1.8.2. By education level. The educational profile of top AI authors and inventors varies by country, though in most of the countries, PhD holders and those with master's degrees together account for the majority in 2025. The United Kingdom and Australia have the highest share of PhD holders, followed by Switzerland, South Korea, and the United States. India and Brazil show a more varied distribution, with comparatively lower shares of PhD holders and a wider spread across other degree levels. 64.
1.8 AI AUT HORSANDIN quinta N2 RSRESARCHANDDEVUELOPMENTAIENDE 10 REPORT 2026.
Percentage of top AI authors and inventors by education level and country, 2010, 25 source. Ziki data, 2025 chart, 2026 AI Index report. Figure 1.8.3. 65.
1.8 AI AUT HORSANDIN quinta N2 RSRESARCHANDDEVUELOPMENTAIENDE 10 REPORT 2026.
By gender. The gender gap among AI authors and inventors is visible across all countries, with men making up the majority in all cases, though the size of the gap varies. In Brazil, South Korea, and Japan, more than 80% of identified AI talent is male. Female representation is somewhat higher in Saudi Arabia, Australia, Canada, and Italy, but no country comes close to parity. More significantly, in almost every country, the male-female ratio has remained flat from 2010 to 2025. Even with the growth in AI talent overall, there has been no meaningful progress on gender balance. Chapter 7 describes a similar pattern in AI-related degree attainment, where women remain underrepresented across all levels. Top AI authors and inventors by gender, 2010, 25 source. Ziki Data, 2025 Chart, 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 1.8.4. 66.
1.8 AI AUT HORSANDI N quinta N 2 RSRESEARC HANDD EV LOP MENTAIIND decima REPORT 2026.
By specialization. Mobility. AI authors and inventors are distributed across a range of specialization areas, though each country shows its own emphasis. Healthcare and bioinformatics, computer vision and image processing, and software engineering are among the most common areas globally, accounting for 10% or more of the pool in several countries. A few country-level patterns connect to findings discussed earlier in this chapter. South Korea, for example, has the highest share of talent in hardware, VLSI, and IoT, consistent with its role in the semiconductor supply chain described in section 1.3. Brazil has the highest share of software engineering talent, while Saudi Arabia leads in security, privacy, and cryptography. Mobility is measured through net flow, which is the difference between the number of AI authors and inventors who move to or out of their respective countries. The United States has remained net positive since 2020, meaning it attracts more talent than it loses, though the magnitude has declined from a peak of 324.6 in 2022 to 26.0 in 2025. Most other countries operate on a smaller scale. Saudi Arabia and Denmark were among the few with positive net flow in 2025. Canada, which showed strong inflow around 2020, declined to -7.1 by 2025. Germany also showed negative net flow at -2.4, while India had the largest net outflows at -16.9 in 2025. These flows are relevant in the context of other factors, including immigration policy and geographic distribution of investment and employment, discussed further in Chapter 4 section on labor markets. Figure 1.8.5. 67.
1.8 AI AUT HORSANDI N quinta N 2 RSRESEARC HANDD EV LOP MENTAIIND decima REPORT 2026.
Figure 1.8.644. 44 asterisks indicate that a country's y-axis label is scaled differently than the y-axis label for the other countries. 68. Technical performance. 2.
AIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Overview. AI models improved rapidly in 2025, with benchmark scores rising across language, reasoning, coding, and math. However, evaluations are being outpaced by the progress they were built to measure, and benchmarks face growing questions about their reliability. Even with those limitations, a clear pattern emerges. The gap between top models is shrinking. This narrowing extends geographically, as the distance between top US and Chinese models has closed almost completely. With capability no longer a clear differentiator, competitive pressure is shifting toward cost, reliability, and real-world usefulness. In professional domains, evaluations in tax, legal reasoning, and corporate finance show stronger performance in some areas than others. The range of what AI systems can do is also expanding. AI agents are improving, but still fail roughly 1 in 3 attempts. Video generation models are no longer just producing realistic-looking content. Some are beginning to learn how the physical world actually works, progress that could help bring AI into physical spaces. That transition is still early, as robots struggle in unstructured environments, though autonomous vehicles are a notable exception, having reached mass-scale deployment with promising early safety records. Overall, AI's technical advancement is a story of wonder and speed, faster than many of the evaluation, governance, and adoption frameworks discussed in later chapters. 69.
2 THICANICALPERFORMANCEAIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Chapter highlights 71. Timeline. Significant model releases 73. 2.1 Overall performance trends. Technical performance benchmarks versus human performance. Closed versus open weight models. US versus China. Technical performance model performance converges at the frontier. Benchmarking AI 75, 75, 76, 77, 78, 78. 2.2 Language understanding. MMLU. Massive multitask language understanding generation. Arena leaderboard. Specialized language tasks. RAG. Retrieval augment generation. 81, 81, 81, 82, 82, 83, 83. Berkeley function calling leaderboard. 84. MTEB. Massive text embedding benchmark. 85. Highlight the gap between long context windows and deep understanding. 86. 2.3 Image and video understanding. MVBench video MMMU generation. Arena Vision. 87, 87, 87, 88, 89, 90. Contents. Video Bench. 2.4 Reasoning General Reasoning ARC AGI. 2 Humanities Last Exam Planning Plan. Bench. 2.5 Performance in specific domains. Software. SWE Bench. Terminal Bench. Vibe Code Bench. Mathematics. Frontier Math Arena. Highlight Theorem Proving Finance. Tax Eval Mortgage Tax Corpfin Finance Agent Law Case Law 1993, 93, 95, 95, 98, 98 trillion, 100 billion, 100 million, 100,000, 101, 102 trillion, 103 billion, 103 million, 103,000, 104, 106 trillion, 106 billion, 100, 7 million, 108,000, 109, 110, 110. VBench 2.091. Highlight Progress in Video Generation. 92. MMMU. A massive multidiscipline multimodal understanding and reasoning benchmark for expert. AGI. 93. GPQA. A graduate level Google proof Candé benchmark. 94. Highlight Time understanding in MLLMs. 96. 70.
CONTENTSNETIENETSDUETIECHIACA NECIALPIERFORMANCE 2026.
Legal Bench 2.6 AI Agents GIA OS World Web Arena MLE Bench SciBench Tau Bench 2.7 Robotics and Autonomous Motion Robotics RL Bench Behavior 1K Highlight. Humanoid Robotics Highlight. Physical AI and foundation models for robotic self-driving cars deployment technical innovations and new benchmarks safety 111 trillion, 112 billion, 112 million, 113,000, 113, 114 trillion, 115 billion, 115 million, 116,000, 116, 116 trillion 116 billion 118 million, 120,000, 121, 121 million, 122,123. 71. Contents Chapter Highlights. 1. AI capability is outpacing the benchmarks designed to measure it and surpassing human-level performance. Frontier models gained 30 percentage points in a single year on humanity's last exam, a benchmark built to be hard for AI and favorable to human experts. Evaluations intended to be challenging for years are saturated in months, compressing the window in which benchmarks remain useful for tracking progress. 2. Top model performance is converging, with 4 companies now clustered within 25 ELO points when rated against one another by human voting in the ARENA leaderboard and benchmark. As of March 2026, Anthropic, xAI, Google, OpenAI, Alibaba, and DeepSeek all occupy the top tier of the ARENA ELO ratings, shifting competitive pressure toward cost, reliability, and domain-specific performance. 3. The open model performance gap reopened in 2025 after briefly closing in 2024. As of March 2026, the top closed model leads the top open model by 3.3%, up from 0.5% in August 2024. 6 of the top 10 models on the ARENA leaderboard are now closed. 4. The US-China AI model performance gap has effectively closed. US and Chinese models have traded places at the top of performance rankings multiple times since early 2025. In February 2025, DeepSeek R1 briefly matched the top US model. As of March 2026, the top US model leads by 2.7%, with a gap that fluctuated over the past year while remaining in the single digits. 5. The benchmarks used to measure AI progress face growing reliability and gaming concerns, with error rates up to 42% on widely used evaluations. A review found invalid question rates ranging from 2% on MMLU Math to 42% on GSM 8K. Separate research suggests that ARENA leaderboard standing may partly reflect adaptation to the platform rather than general capability. 6. Video generation models are starting to capture how objects behave. Google DeepMind's VO3, tested across more than 18,000 generated videos, demonstrated abilities like simulating buoyancy and solving mazes without being trained on those tasks. 7. AI models can win a gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad but still can't reliably tell time, illustrating what researchers call jagged intelligence. Gemini DeepThink scored 35 points at the 2025 IMO, working end-to-end in natural language within the 4.5-hour time limit, up from the 28-point silver achieved in 2024. On Clockbench, the top model read analog clocks correctly 50.6% of the time, compared with 90.1% for humans. 8. AI models are expanding into professional domains, showing performance ranging from 60 to 90% in evaluations in tax, mortgage processing, corporate finance, and legal reasoning. The performance of the top 15 models is separated by as little as 3 percentage points in each benchmark. These kinds of domains where high competency and reliability are required remain a great challenge for AI models.
2 THECHNICALPERFORMANCEIENDECIMA REPORT 2026.
72. 9 AI agents advanced from answering questions to completing tasks in 2025, though they still fail roughly 1 in 3 attempts on structured benchmarks. On OS World, which tests agents on real computer tasks across operating systems, accuracy rose from roughly 12% to 66.3%, within 6 percentage points of human performance. 10 robots still fail at most household tasks, even as they excel in controlled environments. Robots succeed in only 12% of real household tasks, highlighting how far AI is from mastering the physical world. On RL Bench, robotic manipulation in software-based simulations has reached 89.4% success, but the gap between predictable lab settings and unpredictable household environments is wide. 11 autonomous vehicles reached mass-scale deployment in 2025. Waymo reached approximately 450,000 weekly trips across 5 U.S. cities. In China, Apollo Go completed 11 million fully driverless rides, a 175% year-over-year increase. European operators are active, but comparable deployment data is not publicly available, limiting the global picture. Deployments so far are in areas with generally favorable weather and humans are available off-site to take over when necessary.
CHAPTERICAIGHACALEGIACATSDUETIECHIACA-NECIA-LPERFORMANCEIENDECIMA REPORT
74. Timeline, significant model releases. DeepSeek R1 introduced a reinforcement learning approach called GRPO, which trains reasoning ability without relying on labeled data or a separate critic model. By comparing groups of generated outputs against predefined rules, the method reduces training complexity. The model's strong performance relative to higher-cost systems led some investors to reassess the competitive dynamics of the AI sector. Following its release, major U.S. technology stocks experienced a temporary decline of over $1 trillion in market value, amid concerns that more efficient training methods could affect existing business models.
2 THECHNICALPERFORMANCEIENDECIMA REPORT 2026.
75. 2.1 Overall Performance Trends. This section examines patterns in AI performance, from the pace at which models are reaching human-level baselines to how competition among leading models and countries has narrowed. It also assesses where the tools used to measure this progress are themselves falling short. To enable comparison across diverse valuation tasks, performance metrics are scaled to a common reference point. The scaling methodology, developed by the AI Index team, calibrates each benchmark so that the best-performing model in a given year is measured as a percentage of the established human baseline for that task. For example, using this approach, a value of 105% indicates that a model performs 5% better than the human baseline. The benchmarks included in this analysis represent tasks that can be structurally evaluated. It may not fully capture the breadth of capabilities required for real-world AI deployment. The benchmarking AI subsection later in this section explores these limitations in detail.
2THACANICALPERFORMANCE2026
AI performance continued to improve across a broad set of benchmark categories in 2025, with some of the largest gains appearing on tasks that were well below human baseline performance just a few years ago. Frontier systems now meet or exceed established human performance levels on long-running benchmarks, including ImageNet, Superglue, and MMLU. Since last year's report, several benchmarks designed to test more advanced reasoning have reached or approached the human benchmark, including PhD-level science questions, multimodal reasoning, and mathematical reasoning. Models are still performing below the baseline in the areas of autonomous software engineering and agent-based multimodal computer use, but the pace of improvement is rapidly accelerating. On SWE Bench Verified, for example, performance rose from approximately 60% in 2024 to close to 100% in 2025. Technical performance benchmarks versus human performance. 76. Select AI Index technical performance benchmarks versus human performance.
21 OVRALPERFORMANCETRENCHIETRENFORMANCEAIENDSETHRAPORT 2026.
Figure 2.1.1. 1 in Figure 2.1.1, the values are scaled to establish a standard metric for comparing different benchmarks. The scaling function is calibrated such that the performance of the best model for each year is measured as a percentage of the human baseline for a given task. A value of 105% indicates, for example, that a model performs 5% better than the human baseline. The performance gap between leading closed-weight and open-weight models has fluctuated over the past 3 years, with open-weight systems closing in and then falling behind as new proprietary models are released. In May 2023, the leading closed-weight model outperformed the top open-weight model by 174 points on the ARENA leaderboard. Stronger open-weight releases, including Mixtral, WizardLM, and Llama 3.1-405B, narrowed the gap to just 7 points by August 2024. Over the past year, that trend reversed with the arrival of new closed-weight frontier systems such as O1 Preview and Gemini 2.5 Pro. As of March 2026, the top closed-weight model, Claude Opus 4.6, led the top open-weight model GLM 5 by 49 points. While closed-weight models still lead, open-weight models are far more competitive than they were a few years ago. Closed versus open-weight models. 77.
21 OVRALPERFORMANCETRENCHIETRENFORMANCEAIENDSETHRAPORT 2026.
Performance of top closed versus open models on the ARENA. Figure 2.1.2. Figure 2.1.3. 2 Source. The ARENA Historical Leaderboard, exported in March 2026. The United States' substantial lead in 2023 shrank considerably by early 2025, and the performance gap has remained narrow since then. In February 2025, DeepSeek, R1 trailed the leading US model by just 5 ARENA points. As of March 2026, the top US model led the top Chinese model by 39 points. Over the past year, the gap has fluctuated between near parity and low single digits. This convergence is particularly notable because it has emerged from 2 distinct development environments and institutional contexts, including the research dynamics examined in Chapter 1 and the investment patterns discussed in Chapter 4. US versus China technical performance. Performance of top United States versus Chinese models on the ARENA. 78. Figure 2.1.4. For source, the ARENA Historical Leaderboard, exported in March 2026.
21 OVRALPERFORMANCETRENCHIETRENFORMANCEAIENDSETHRAPORT 2026.
Frontier models became even more tightly clustered over the past year, as several companies moved into a very narrow performance band at the top of the ARENA leaderboard. In early 2023, OpenAI had a clear lead with its top model scoring 1,322 compared to Google's 1,117. This gap narrowed steadily through 2024 as Google, Anthropic, and others released stronger models. By February 2025, DeepSeek had briefly matched and surpassed the top US systems on ARENA. In last year's report, the top 4 models spanned roughly 97 points and, as of March 2026, the top 4 models are separated by fewer than 25 points. Anthropic leads at 1,503, followed closely by xAI, Google, and OpenAI. DeepSeek and Alibaba trail only modestly. Meta's ARENA performance has flattened since early 2025, reflecting a slowdown in competitive releases, though newer models could be in the pipeline for 2026. As leading models become harder to distinguish on benchmark performance, factors such as cost, latency, reliability, and domain-specific optimization may play a greater role in user adoption. Benchmarks still anchor much of how AI's technical progress is measured, but their limitations are more visible. Since last year's report, the AI Index has expanded its analysis to examine where benchmarks remain useful and where they fall short. Several challenges highlighted in previous editions of this report persist. Benchmark saturation, where models reach scores so high that a test can no longer distinguish between them, remains a concern. Tests designed to be harder often remain useful for only a few years before systems surpass them. As Chapter 1 documents, reporting discrepancies continue, and the most capable modern models are now among. Model performance converges at the frontier. Benchmarking AI. Performance of top models on the arena by select providers. 79.
21 ovue RALPERFORMANCHETRENCHIETRENDSETHREMANCHIENDE 2026.
The least transparent. The growing opacity and non-standard prompting techniques make model-to-model comparisons unreliable, and third-party evaluations have documented cases where models perform more poorly in independent testing compared to developer-reported results. In addition, contamination, when models are exposed to test set data during training, can lead to falsely inflated scores. In 2025, Meta faced criticism that its Llama 4 model was optimized using specialized variants to improve leaderboard rankings and may have trained on benchmark test data, though the company disputed these claims. Additionally, audits of widely used benchmarks revealed that many remain poorly constructed, with inadequate documentation, no reporting of statistical significance, and a lack of replication scripts. Even when benchmark scores are technically valid, strong benchmark performance does not always translate to real-world utility. Last year's report also highlighted how difficult it is to benchmark more complex, interactive forms of intelligence, which matter even more for current AI systems. Even though many benchmarks for multi-agent coordination, human-AI interaction, tool-using agents, and physical-world robotics have been proposed, they remain underdeveloped. These domains are inherently harder to standardize as physical tasks involve unpredictable environments, diverse hardware, and a range of valid approaches that resist repeatable scoring. Later sections of this chapter report on several of these benchmarks in detail. The benchmarking landscape has seen several developments that extend beyond these recurring concerns. First, there is a growing case for evaluations that measure human-AI collaboration rather than AI performance in isolation. Most widely used benchmarks test systems without human involvement, even though many real deployments involve people supervising, steering, and integrating AI outputs. Recent work argues that the field should adopt Centaur evaluations, assessments in which humans and AI jointly solve tasks, because these better reflect actual use and allow measurement of human-centered qualities like interpretability and helpfulness that conventional benchmarks ignore. Second, new methods have emerged to address the invalid benchmark questions. A review by Stanford researchers identified the proportion of invalid questions across 9 widely used benchmarks, with error rates ranging from 2% on MMLU Math to 42% on GSM-8K. Truong et al., 2025, introduced a framework that uses statistical analysis of response patterns to flag problematic items for expert review, achieving up to 84% precision. Separately, Chang et al., 2025, have proposed shifting toward certificate-grade, peer-based evaluation frameworks that are community-governed, proctored systems with secure environments, continuously refreshed test items, and delayed result disclosure. Invalid question detection across 9 benchmarks. Source: Truong et al., 2025 chart. 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 2.1.5. 80.
21 ovue RALPERFORMANCHETRENCHIETRENDSETHREMANCHIENDE 2026.
Third, questions have been raised about the reliability of popular public benchmarking platforms such as the Arena. A recent analysis argues that platform dynamics could affect ranking accuracy. If providers are able to iterate on or swap model variants outside the public record, it introduces selection effects that make comparisons less straightforward. The study also points out data access asymmetries and shows that additional Arena-style interaction data can improve performance on Arena-derived evaluations, suggesting that leaderboard standing may partly reflect adaptation to the platform rather than general capability alone. Finally, while capability evaluations are widespread, assessments of social impacts remain fragmented and incomplete. Rule et al., 2025, found that developers' reporting of bias and environmental impact is often sparse and declining, while third-party researchers more rigorously assess harms such as harmful content and performance disparities. Because only developers can disclose key information about data, labor practices, and training infrastructure, current evaluation practices provide a strong picture of what models can do, but a far weaker account of their societal consequences. Chapter 3 examines responsible AI evaluation in further detail. In this chapter, the AI Index continues to report on benchmarks as key indicators of technical progress. Scores are sourced from leaderboards, public repositories, and company disclosures, including papers, blog posts, and product releases. The AI Index assumes that company-reported results are accurate. All scores reflect the state of the field as of early 2026. Subsequent model releases may have surpassed these benchmarks. 81. 2.2 Language. Language understanding and generation continue to serve as foundational capabilities for modern AI systems. This section examines how models perform on tasks requiring comprehension of complex text, production of coherent responses, and execution of specialized language-based operations. The benchmarks also span general-purpose question answering to specific technical capabilities like function calling and text embedding.
2 THKNHIA LPERFORMANCEAIINDE 2026.
Language understanding benchmarks measure how well models can comprehend and reason over text across a broad range of subjects, from the humanities to highly technical materials. As performance has improved, evaluation has shifted toward harder test sets that are less susceptible to familiarity or memorization. The goal is to track where models are improving rather than reaching the upper limits of current benchmarking tools. MMLU remains a widely cited measure of broad knowledge across disciplines. Introduced in 2024, the MMLU Pro benchmark assesses performance with over 12,000 questions and a 10-option, multiple-choice format designed to better test reasoning. This expanded answer base has a measurable impact on model performance evaluation. Compared to the original MMLU benchmark, model accuracy on MMLU Pro typically drops by 16%, 33%, which provides better differentiation between top models. For example, GPT-4o and GPT-4 Turbo appeared to have a 1% gap on standard MMLU, but on MMLU Pro the spread widens to 9%. The newer benchmark's design reduces prompt sensitivity and strengthens reasoning evaluation. Previously, MMLU showed around 4%, 5% sensitivity to prompt variations versus an estimated 2% with MMLU Pro. In addition, reasoning methods such as chain of thought tend to yield much better performance on MMLU Pro than direct answer strategies. As of early 2026, top model performance on MMLU Pro is tightly clustered, with the leading 15 models all scoring above 87%. Google's Gemini 3.1 Pro leads at 91.2%, followed by Gemini 3 Pro at 90.1% and GPT-01 at 89.3%. Models that employ thinking strategies tend to appear higher in the rankings, outperforming their standard counterparts, which are grouped in the 87%, 88% range. The overall spread between the top-ranked and 15th ranked model is just over 4 percentage points, illustrating how competitive the frontier has become on broad knowledge tasks. This tight clustering is also consistent with the convergence pattern described in section 2.1. Understanding. MMLU, Massive Multitask Language Understanding. 82.
2 LANGUAGETHIACANHIALPERFORMANCEAIINDE 2026.
Figure 2.2.1. 5 Source. Generation benchmarks focus on the quality of model outputs, looking at clarity, helpfulness, instruction following, and style. Unlike knowledge style tests, these evaluations often depend on human judgment since some dimensions are subjective and dependent on both the prompt and the user. Preference-based tests help measure that subjectivity and are a useful complement to traditional benchmarks for tracking how models perform in real-world settings. Generation. The Arena is an interactive platform with a community-driven ranking system that allows users to directly compare outputs of large language models on identical prompts and then vote on which they favor. Evaluations are blind to minimize bias toward particular model providers or architectures. By aggregating thousands of comparisons, the platform generates ELO ratings, a ranking system borrowed from chess. This approach emphasizes user experience and practical utility, capturing aspects of model quality that structured benchmarks cannot, including human judgment on real-world tasks. The user-centered approach does have limitations, as preferences may not align with correctness and may not be fully representative of model use cases or contexts. Sing et al. Highlight potential sources of bias, such as order bias, length bias, or style preferences, that are not correlated with output accuracy. As mentioned earlier, evaluations such as Arena can be a complementary view rather than an absolute score on model quality. ELO ratings on the text Arena are tightly clustered as of early 2026, with the top 15 models spanning roughly. Arena Leaderboard. 83.
2 LANGUAGETHIACANHIALPERFORMANCEAIINDE 2026.
46 points. Claude. Opus 4-6. Thinking leads at approximately 1,510, followed closely by Gemini 3.1 Pro Preview. The gap narrows further down the rankings, and confidence intervals overlap for many models. So, while Anthropic and Google models appear throughout the top ranks, no single model dominates the leaderboard. Figure 2.2.2. 6 Source. Beyond general understanding and generation, language models need to handle tasks that make them usable for practical deployment. 3 key capabilities in deployed applications are retrieval-augmented generation, function calling, and text embedding. Benchmarks used to track these capabilities are particularly useful because they test fluency and whether models can operate as part of a larger system. It also makes it easier to compare models in settings where performance depends not just on the base model, but on issues such as retrieval quality or how outputs are parsed and executed. Specialized language tasks. Retrieval-augmented generation provides a way for models to deliver accurate, up-to-date information beyond the knowledge encoded during training in model parameters. At inference time, RAG systems augment model responses with information retrieved from external sources. Standard RAG pipelines retrieve individual text chunks based on query similarity, which can struggle when answering questions that require synthesizing information across documents. To address the problem, in 2024, Microsoft Research introduced Graph RAG, which enables more effective responses to queries by structuring source material into a knowledge graph and generating community summaries that capture high RAG, retrieval-augmented generation. 84.
2 LANGUAGETHIACANHIALPERFORMANCEAIINDE 2026.
Level themes. Other variants focus on improving multi-step retrieval or re-ranking passages before generation. As expected, these choices in architecture involve trade-offs between answer quality, latency, and cost. Context windows, discussed later in this section, have important implications for RAG systems. Extended context windows can support retrieval of more material, though that does not guarantee better performance since models have to parse through the information with reliable attention across the entire window. Function calling allows a model to use external tools and APIs by generating structured requests that another system can run, then folding the results back into its response. It is a foundational capability for agent frameworks, where models need to take actions or retrieve information beyond their training data. The Berkeley function calling leaderboard evaluates models on their function calling ability and has evolved considerably since its initial release. The current iteration, BFCL v4, shifts the focus toward holistic agent evaluations. Agentic tasks account for 40% of the overall score, multi-turn interactions are 30%, and the remainder is split across live, non-live, and hallucination categories. The agentic component tests web search and memory while the multi-turn component evaluates multi-step dialogues. Earlier versions focused more narrowly on single-turn function calling. The overall accuracy on the BFCL varies widely as of early 2026. The top 15 models span a roughly 21 percentage point range. Claude models occupy 3 of the top 6 positions, with Claude Opus 4.5 leading at 77.5%. There is also a performance distinction with evaluation modes, showing the trade-offs between general capability and task-specific optimization. For example, Grok 4-0709 scores 63% in prompt mode but drops to 61.4% when using function calling mode, while Grok 4-1 scores higher in its fast reasoning variant than its non-reasoning counterpart. Berkeley function calling leaderboard. Berkeley function calling, overall accuracy source. Berkeley function calling leaderboard, 2026 chart, 2026 AI index report. Figure 2.2.3. 7 source. 85.
2 LANGUAGETHIACANNECIALPERFORMANCE 2026.
The massive text embedding benchmark evaluates different embedding models across a set of tasks that require semantic understanding. It includes over 50 datasets, spanning 8 task categories, which makes it harder for models to look strong by optimizing for a single use case rather than performing well across different settings. The top average task score on MTEB has risen steadily since 2022, coinciding with the broader adoption of large-scale pre-training techniques for embedding models. In 2025, the top score reached 76, rising approximately 11 points since 2023. However, the best models still fall short of a perfect score. MTEB, Massive Text Embedding Benchmark. MTEB, Average Score. Source, MTEB Leaderboard, 2026 Chart, 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 2.2.4. 8 Source, HTTPS, ntebleaderboard.hf space. Benchmark name equals MTEB %28 2C plus V1 %29. 86.
ACIG ACLAIG ACT.
The gap between long context windows and deep understanding.
2 LANGUAGETHICANNECIALPERFORMANCE 2026.
Context windows, the amount of text a model can process in a single input, have grown by almost 30x per year since mid-2023. Models that once accepted a few thousand tokens can now process 1 million or more. At the upper end, this is equivalent to multiple books or an entire codebase in a single pass. On 2 long context benchmarks, fiction, LiveBench, which measures narrative comprehension, and MRCR, which measures multineedle retrieval, the input length at which leading models achieve 80% accuracy has increased even faster, at roughly 250x over a 9-month period. However, bigger context windows do not translate into deeper understanding, as the gap between accepted and usable context length is wide. Recent research points to different reasons for this gap. On one expert level, long context benchmark, human experts scored just 53.7% accuracy under a 15-minute time limit, and the best model scored 57.7%. This is a narrow margin in contrast to the structured benchmarks where models have surpassed human baselines, and reflects the difficulty of deep comprehension over long inputs. Models that were prompted to reason through the material step by step did perform better than those asked to answer immediately, suggesting that how a model works through long text matters as much as the amount of text it can accept. Other research has found that models handle simple lookups well but struggle when asked to find multiple pieces of matching information or to apply conditions across a very long document, tasks that would be straightforward for a human scanning the same text. Models can complete these tasks if guided to check each one by one, but this approach is slow and expensive. Longer inputs come with practical costs of slower response times, higher operating expenses, and reduced accuracy for information that appears later in the input. Measuring long context ability also remains difficult. When a model scores well on a long context test, it is not always clear whether it genuinely processed the full input or simply relied on knowledge it already had. Yang et al. Introduced a metric designed to separate these two factors and found that model rankings shifted a lot. For example, a model that ranked 7th on raw scores ranked first when only long context ability was measured, further underscoring why it is important to distinguish between a model specifically being able to better handle long inputs, rather than having overall better capabilities. If the gap between context window size and effective utilization becomes more precise, models may improve their ability to work on tasks that unfold over hours or days and sustain longer chains of reasoning. Developing evaluations that reliably distinguish true long context ability from general model capability will be important for tracking that progress and ensuring that benchmark gains reflect real improvements. Figure 2.2.5. 87. 2.3 Image and video. Beyond language, many models process visual inputs, and their video and image capabilities have advanced significantly. This section examines model performance across the dimensions of understanding, how well they comprehend and reason over video content and generation, which evaluates the quality of AI-produced images and videos.
2THICANICIALPERFORMANCEAIINDE 2026.
Video understanding benchmarks measure how well models can track actions, objects, and events across frames rather than reasoning over a single image. As performance on earlier benchmarks has improved, evaluation has shifted toward tasks that demand multi-step temporal reasoning and domain-specific knowledge applied to video. MVBench evaluates whether multimodal models can move beyond static image understanding to handle the complexities of video. This includes interpreting motion, temporal sequences, and shifting context across frames. Its focus on temporal reasoning makes it a useful benchmark for tracking performance in more dynamic visual environments. The top-performing model on MVBench reaches 74.1% average accuracy, with JTVL Chat and JT3.5 tied at that score. In early 2026, across the top 15 models, performance spans a range of roughly 23 percentage points. Video Chat 2 has the lowest average accuracy, while several Video Chat 2 variants are grouped in the middle tier. Understanding. MVBench. Model. MVBench. Average accuracy. Figure 2.3.1. 9 source. 88.
23IMAGEAN di quinta ID, OTHICANICIALPERFORMANCEAIINDE decima RAPORT 2026.
Video MMMU is a large, multimodal, multidisciplinary benchmark for learning from educational videos, comprising 300 expert-level videos averaging roughly 506 seconds across 6 disciplines and 30 subjects. Each video is paired with 3 sets of questions that test progressively deeper understanding. Perception questions test whether a model can pull key details from text audio. Comprehension questions test whether it grasps the concept or solution strategy. And adaptation questions require applying that knowledge to a new scenario. Adaptation questions reuse MMMU Pro items for STEM fields and custom case studies for art humanities, so models have to go beyond the specific video. The benchmarks also introduce a knowledge metric to track how much a model's performance improves after processing the video. As of 2025, no model has reached the human baseline of 74.4% on video MMMU overall accuracy. The best performing model, Kai VL 1.5-8b, scores 66%, followed closely by Claude -3.5 Sonnet. The lowest score is Vela 1.5-8b at 20.9%, leaving a 45 percentage point range across the leaderboard. The knowledge metric results reveal a further gap between human and model learning. Human experts gain 33.1 percentage points after watching the video, while the best model on this metric, GPT-4o, gains only about half of that. About a third of models even show negative knowledge, as their performance actually declines after processing the video. Video MMMU. Video MMMU, overall accuracy. Source, Video MMMU Leaderboard, 2026 Chart, 2026 AI Index Report, Figure 2.3.2. 10 source, 89.
23IMAGEAN di quinta ID, OTHICANICIALPERFORMANCEAIINDE decima RAPORT 2026.
Video MMMU, Knowledge. Figure 2.3.3. Figure 2.3.4. While the above benchmarks test how well models interpret existing visual content, generation benchmarks assess how well models can produce it. Evaluation spans both human preference rankings as well as automated quality metrics, since generated video must satisfy subjective expectations and technical criteria such as coherence, fidelity, and controllability. Of these, controllability has become an especially important focus, reflecting whether models can follow user intent while maintaining natural motion and scene dynamics. This has also brought video generation closer to the idea of world models, where systems aim to predict how visual scenes evolve over time. Generation. Midjourney generations over time. A hyper-realistic image of Harry Potter source. Midjourney, 2025. 90. Figure 2.3.5. 11. This chart shows only the top 15 models as of February 2026. Source.
23IMAGEAN di quinta ID, OTHICANICIALPERFORMANCEAIINDE decima RAPORT 2026.
The Arena platform also hosts a vision arena that applies the same blind comparison, ELO-based methodology described in the earlier section for language-to-image generation models. Human preference is an important signal for image generation, as qualities like aesthetic appeal and visual coherence are difficult to capture through automated metrics alone. As of early 2026, Google's Gemini models hold 4 of the top 6 positions, with Gemini 3 Pro leading at approximately 1,285 ELO, followed by its other variation. Similar to the language evaluation, confidence intervals overlap for the bottom 2/3 of the ranked models as they fall within a 30-point range between 1,230 and 1,260. VideoBench is a human-aligned benchmark for video generation that scores models on 2-dimension groups: video condition alignment and video quality. It uses an MLLM-based evaluator with few-shot scoring and chain-of-query prompting for more precise, calibrated results. The scores correlate more strongly with human ratings than prior metric-based or LLM-based benchmarks. As of early 2026, Gen 3 and Kling lead on video quality, with Gen 3 scoring highest across all key metrics, including imaging quality, aesthetic quality, temporal consistency, and motion effects, while Kling ranks second overall. Motion effects are the weakest subdimension across nearly all models. Arena, Vision. Video Bench. Model. Vision Arena, ELO rating. 91.
23IMAGEAN di quinta ID, OTHNICALEPERFORMANCEAIIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
Video Bench Video Quality Source. Video Bench Leaderboard, 2025 Chart. 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 2.3.6. 12 Source. VBench 2.0 is a comprehensive, human-aligned benchmark for evaluating video generation models on intrinsic faithfulness, defined as well-rounded adherence to reality rather than simply being visually convincing. It scores models across 5 broad dimensions. The benchmark combines VLM, LLM-based analysis with specialized detectors and a small but targeted prompt set, anchored by human preference labels. This faithfulness-oriented approach is important because it surfaces whether generated videos hold up under scrutiny in areas like physical plausibility and scene consistency. None of the models evaluated in early 2026 surpasses a total score of 67%. VO3 leads at 66.7%, about 4 percentage points above the next top-performing mode, VDO Q1. Similar to other benchmark scores, several models are tightly grouped and hover around scores of 58% and 60%. Even established systems like Kling, CogVideoX, and Huinyu Video continue to struggle with complex stories and consistent object-scene dynamics. VBench 2.0. 92. Figure 2.3.7. 13 Source.
23IMAGEAN di quinta ID, OTHNICALEPERFORMANCEAIIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
VBench 2.0 Total Score.
HIG-HLIG-ACT.
Progress in video generation. The benchmarks in this section mostly evaluate video modes as content generators, scoring them on quality, fidelity, and controllability. However, recent research suggests that video generation models may be developing capabilities that go beyond producing content. A 2025 Google DeepMind study tested whether VO3, a video generation model, could solve visual tasks it was never specifically trained for, using only an input image and a text prompt. Across 62 qualitative tasks and 7 quantitative evaluations covering more than 18,000 generated videos, the model showed zero-shot abilities in areas traditionally handled by specialized systems. These included perception tasks such as edge detection and segmentation, physical modeling tasks such as buoyancy and rigid body dynamics, and manipulation tasks such as style transfer and object extraction. The authors also observed early signs of visual reasoning, including maze solving and visual analogy completion, which they describe as chain of frames, a parallel to chain of thought reasoning in language models where the model appears to reason step by step through successive frames. Performance improved consistently from VO2 to VO3 across all quantitative tasks and, in some cases, matched or exceeded a dedicated image editing baseline. Specialized models still outperform zero-shot video generation on most individual tasks, but the rapid improvement and breadth of zero-shot capability suggests a familiar trajectory. Large language models develop general-purpose language understanding from generative training on web-scale data, and video models trained under similar conditions may be following a comparable path toward general-purpose vision. 93. 2.4 Reasoning. Reasoning benchmarks assess whether models can solve problems that require abstraction and generalization across domains and formats. As performance has improved, newer benchmarks aim to distinguish genuine problem-solving from performance that is driven by memorization or prompt familiarity. However, because models can also produce errors in otherwise fluent responses, efforts are ramping up to measure these error rates alongside reasoning limitations. The AI index tracks those benchmarks on factual reliability and error rates in Chapter 3. Across the benchmarks in this section, leading models perform well on many tasks but still show gaps on the more difficult items.
2THNICALEPERFORMANCEAIIINDE decima REPORT 2026.
General reasoning refers to a model's ability to solve unfamiliar problems by applying rules and combining evidence, rather than relying on domain knowledge or memorized patterns. The benchmarks discussed below span multiple domains and tasks and are designed to test multi-step inference. One example is multi-digit arithmetic, such as long integer multiplication, to test whether models can execute consistent stepwise computation rather than produce plausible-looking outputs. Other more complex benchmarks extend this idea to multimodal settings, where models must integrate text with diagrams or plots to reach the correct answer. General reasoning. MMMU evaluates multimodal reasoning on college-level subject questions that combine text with visuals such as diagrams, charts, tables, and equations. Some example tasks include extracting constraints from a table and applying them to a word problem, or using a diagram to answer a domain-specific question in areas like engineering or medicine. As of February 2026, the leading model, Gemini 3.1 Pro Preview, scored 88.2% on MMMU and within 0.4 percentage points of the best human expert reference. Other Gemini variants follow closely, including Gemini 3 Flash and Gemini 3 Pro, while GPT 5.2 scores 86.7%. The 2026 models trail behind with Kimi K 2.5 at 84.3% and Claude Opus 4.6 at 83.9%. MMMU, a massive multidiscipline multimodal understanding and reasoning benchmark for expert AGI. 94. 24REASONINGTHIANICALEPERFORMANCEAIIINDE decima REPORT 2026. MMMU. Accuracy Source. Vals.ai. 2026 Chart. 2026 AI Index Report. Figure 2.4.1. Figure 2.4.2. 14. This chart shows the top 15 models as of February 2026. Data source. 15 Data source. While MMMU focuses on multimodal reasoning, GPQA evaluates reasoning on difficult, text-only questions designed to test graduate-level problem solving. The questions require models to apply domain-specific concepts and follow multi-step logic to reach the correct answer. Example tasks include graduate-level chemistry or physics questions that require working through a multi-step solution and choosing the best answer from several very similar options. Model performance on the GPQA diamond set has continued to rise above the expert human validator baseline of 81.2%. In late 2024, OpenAI's O3 was the first to exceed it with a score of 87.7%. In 2025, mean accuracy reached 93%, exceeding the expert reference point by 12 percentage points. GPQA, a graduate-level Google Proof Cand.A benchmark. GPQA on the diamond set, mean accuracy source, Epic AI, 2026 chart, 2026 AI index report. Figure 2.4.3. Figure 2.4.4. 16. This chart shows the top 15 models as of February 2026. Data source. 17. Data source. Introduced in 2019, ArcAGI is a benchmark that tests the ability of systems to generalize beyond prior training, emphasizing generalized learning ability. Despite its name, the benchmark tests a specific form of abstraction and pattern inference rather than general intelligence in a broader sense. Its updated version, ArcAGI 2, was introduced in 2025 and shifts to abstract puzzle-style tasks that evaluate whether models can infer rules from a small set of examples and apply them to new cases. Example tasks include grid puzzles where the model is given a few example solutions, infers the rule, and uses it to solve a new problem. Scores on ArcAGI 2 vary widely across models, and the spread between the highest and lowest scores in the figure is about 46%. Gemini 3 DeepThink leads at 84.6%, followed by Gemini 3.1 Pro Preview at 77.1% and GPT 5.2 at 72.9%. Several Claude Opus 4.6 variants are clustered together, scoring between 66.3% and 69.2%. Humanities Last Exam benchmark evaluates model performance on 2,700 highly challenging questions across dozens of academic subjects. It is designed as an expert-level, closed-ended benchmark with wide coverage and using a mix of multiple choice and short answer formats suitable for automated grading. Example tasks include a graduate-level question that requires applying a concept and providing a single, verifiable answer. Some may include an image, requiring models to integrate visual and textual information. Between 2024 and 2025, model accuracy on HLE increased by 30 percentage points. In a single year, accuracy went from under 10% to 38.3%. Even with this jump, the benchmark is designed to stay difficult, and high-confidence errors are still common. ArcAGI 2. Humanities Last Exam. ArcAGI 2. Humanities Last Exam. Accuracy.
24REASONINGTECHNICALPERFORMANCEAIINDED